out what happens next, tune in next week. Thanks for watching the stream. No, just kidding. I'm not ending it there. What a cop-out that would be. Hello there, Alessandra. How's things going for you? Hey Hippie, welcome. Looks like you're on time. Looks like I'm on time actually, because when I've been putting in the Discord and also changing my schedule on my channel on the About page, when I know when I'm actually going to go live, I've been like, 5, 10, 15, sometimes 20 minutes after that. But welcome back to you, Hippie. And Metallica, hey there, dude. I've been doing really, really good. How's things been going with you? Also, where did your name gamer tag come from? What's the story on that name? Oh yeah, so there's a song by Rob Zombie called Return of the Phantom Stranger, and it's actually my favorite song of his. And when I came up with that gamer tag, I was like, I want to do a reference to that song. So instead of Phantom Stranger, I changed it to Phantom Gamer. And 47 is my favorite number, so I combined all that together. So here's a message that I've got there, but I'm actually pinning that. So far, Twitch hasn't changed this feature, so you can actually put your pinned message, like put it in chat, but before you press enter, actually assign it as a pinned thing. But that'll be the next game that I'll be playing after this game's finished. So I'll be playing through the Assassin's Creed Chronicles trilogy. But that'll be after this game's finished though. And I'm just starting this playthrough right now, so it'll probably take me today and tomorrow to finish the game. And then maybe I'll jump into Assassin's Creed Chronicles China tomorrow, but we'll wait until we get to that point. Alessandra, doing well, no pain from dentist appointment, except from your cheek. Damn, you must have bit it hard when it was sedated. Oh no. Yeah, that'd be the thing too, like, because and then it makes you think about when you're sleeping as well, like, accidentally, because, obviously there's people who grind their teeth, so, yeah. Alessandra, nice new name. Oh, thank you, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to drop the horror theme because I wanted to make sure that the name of the channel was actually accurate to what my focus is on this channel. And the reason why horror wasn't the focus of my channel, really, when you look at the games, is because I didn't play just horror games, So I felt that I wanted to make sure that the name was on point with the fact that while I do play horror games, I don't play them all the time. Therefore, my channel's not a horror game only channel. So I wanted to make sure that people, when they come to the stream, if they've never been to it before, they can at least, be like, oh, okay, this is what he streams, instead of being like, I'm looking for horror channels on Twitch. Here's a horror channel. They should be playing horror games all the time. Go to channel. What? He's playing Assassin's Creed. That's not horror. Goodbye. So I wanted to make sure that I had a channel name that's actually fitting what I'm doing. And I thought Legion would be good because it sort of like can be a placeholder word for community. So it's like Rod Legion, Rod Community, Rod Raid, Rod Legion Raid, sorry, and all that type of stuff. Metallica, 47 can't be your favorite number because of Hitman, is it? No, actually, I haven't actually played any of the Hitman games. I do know that that's his name, but my favorite number is 47 because I just like how it sort of like sounds and looks when it's together as well. Alessandra, yeah, you just decided to eat your cheek somehow. Yeah, it's like, let's eat the cheek. Alessandra, like Legion. Yeah, and I wanted something shorter, but I also wanted to make sure that Rod was still in the channel name, because I wanted to make sure that people who knew me as Rod could be like, why is there a streamer in my follower list who's actually named Rod? I'll have a look. Oh, it's him, as opposed to just having some other name and they're like, who's this channel that I've followed? Like, let's just say I called my channel, like, Steve or something. It's like, who's this Steve channel? I don't remember following a channel called Steve. Hey, Hitpigs, how's it going? Welcome. And Metallica, thanks for redeeming the random Red Dead Redemption 2 quote. Thank you so much. I'll be deleting this save file that I've currently got highlighted, by the way. Okay, so here's a quote from Red Dead Redemption 2. There's two characters. Ah, how did you get on? Not so good. He's almost dead and they seem more or less destitute. You were a fool for lending them the money. Well, people who aren't desperate don't seem so interested in my propositions. Of course. Okay, so that is a conversation between Leopold Strauss and Arthur. And it's about going to the Downs Ranch to get the debt that the Downs family they owe, sorry, to Arthur. Well, they owe it to Strauss, but Arthur's the one that's asking for it. Hitpigs, you're going good, just relaxing. That's cool, Hitpigs. It's always good to be able to relax. That's awesome, dude. Hitpigs, you wish Landon Ricketts was in Red Dead 2. He may have been a small character in Red Dead 1, but he was one of the most memorable. It's sad he passed, but that old cowboy is riding the plains in heaven. It really is. The actor who played Landon Ricketts in Red Dead 1 passed away. It's such a shame, He's such a great character and brought to life so well by that actor as well. And the only thing that you can see of Landon Ricketts in Red Dead 2 is actually a cigarette card. But also, he does get mentioned by name, but we never actually see him as a character that is in the story or even hanging around anywhere. You can't even, find him in the game world to interact with him. But Landon Ricketts is such a great character. In fact, I wouldn't have minded if they did another Red Dead Redemption, except when he was younger. And given the fact that we also have a character of Rains Fall, it would have been interesting to have him as a playable character as well. So you would have Landon Ricketts and Rains Fall as playable characters when they were younger, and that way you could sort of like show the conflict between the American Indians and the I know it's kind of hard. I don't know how to actually accurately say the conflict. You know what I mean? Like, do I say the Americans versus the American natives? Like, is that the proper way to put it? But having a Red Dead story where there's that conflict front and center as well ties into the fact that it's a big part of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, especially with Dutch, because in Red Dead 2 Dutch basically uses them in order to obtain his goals, but in the same breath he's trying to act like he's a savior to them, or that he's on their side, and then you have Red Dead 1 where it's set later, of course, and Dutch is older, but he's still doing the same thing. He's still using them for his own gain. He doesn't care. Ironically, Dutch pretty much becomes like Colm O'Driscoll was to his gang, which I've never actually thought of until now. That's actually a good point. Dutch in Red Dead 1 has literally turned into the type of gang leader that Colm was, where he doesn't really give a shit about the people following him. But yeah, there's so much to that franchise as well. And then you've got, moving forward, from Red Dead 2 and having a game where you play as Sadie as well. That would have been fucking awesome as well. Metallica, you feel if you didn't pass, you would have been in Red Dead 2, definitely. Yeah, you know. But, yeah, it's unfortunate when these things happen. Welcome back, hippie. No, not yet. No, haven't actually started yet. Metallica, maybe even a bigger role too because of all the support of him and appreciation of his character in Red Dead 1 by the Red Dead community. So that's why they put mentions and references of him in Red Dead 2. Yeah, I really like that they did that. Red Dead 2 does a great job at doing that kind of stuff, but also making sure that there's no continuity errors. I mean, there probably are, but I'd say the majority of the connections that they make to make sure that it, as a prequel story, actually does a good job at matching Red Dead 1. I think the majority of that is actually really well done. So that's really cool. I just need to actually find who actually sings these lyrics. Well, they're not really lyrics, but these vocals in this song. Because I like to point them out. Here we go. All right. Let's see. Alright, so way back in September of 2011, Ubisoft revealed who won the Assassin's Song competition. So they actually held a competition, and I'll give a link to one of the articles that talks about it. Alright, so there's a link to an article that talks about the competition, and the winner of that competition was Madeleine Bell. And Madeleine Bell is the one that you actually hear singing right now. I'll let some of it play without me talking. Right now in the music, it's not up to the part again where the vocals happen, so I just want to remain silent until they do play again. Amazing voice. So I thought that was quite cool, actually, to win a competition like that and get to work with the team doing the music, and to also have involved in that process Hans Zimmer. So Hans Zimmer actually has a protege, or he had a protege, named Lorne Balfe. because of course I haven't been pressing any buttons on the controller. There we go. So that's an example of the vocals that Madeline did for this game. She was the one that won a competition back in 2011 who Ubisoft announced had won it. Metallica. In Red Dead Online you can find Arthur's hat in the Valentine General Store but can't wear them. Really? That's interesting that you can. Considering John Marston's supposed to have that in his possession after Arthur dies. There are 2 hanging up in there, are there? Oh, cool. I didn't actually know that because I don't actually play the online, so I didn't actually know. Afro, can we skip to the ending? You want that Ezio monologue? It is an amazing monologue, though. It absolutely is. Ah, Afro, yeah. It's come up on everyone else's end as asterisks. So if you wanted to post the link, if you give me a whisper, I'll be able to put it into chat. Metallica, your favorite vocals for a game that isn't like word vocals would be Halo. Oh, really? Yeah. Isn't that is that Beyonce's song? Afro, there is a video on YouTube. Yeah, I actually forgot what video it was in, where they actually had, you know, her winning the showing the recording. Oh, you're on phone, so you don't know how to. Oh yeah, that's definitely no worries at all, Afro. I don't know if this is the same video that you found, but I did find one. So I'll just put a link to that. Metallica, but it makes no sense because Arthur's hat is a one-of-a-kind and Red Dead Online is based before Arthur ever comes to anywhere on the map. Ah, so it's actually set before that. Okay, I didn't realize. For some reason I thought that the online was set after, for some reason. So we're going to go and save over the annual 2020 playthrough.
We can keep him like this for a few days, maybe a week.
Call ahead. Tell him we're on our way.
As soon as we're clear.
Desmond Miles. Your life has changed so much in so little time. 2 months ago, you were pouring shots for bankers and celebrities. But now look at you. You're an assassin. One of us. One of the good guys. Isn't that nice? Men and women dedicated to protecting and preserving human life and liberty. Not like those Templars. Cold and calculating autocrats, drunk on power, obsessed with order, all that. We're doing our best to stop them. Yeah. Doing our best. But you remember all this, right? You remember the Animus, the machine we used to unravel genetic memories and relive the lives of our ancestors? First, you were Altair, a stoic 12th century assassin from the Holy Land. Then, you were Ezio Auditore, a wealthy Italian with charisma and a talent for revenge. So, what do you three have in common? That's right, the Apple of Eden. That strange artifact left behind by those people. The ones who came before. You know the Apple's power. You felt it for yourself. Oh, it's been fun, hasn't it, Desmond? But that's about to change. Your mind is fragmented, falling to pieces. And if you don't find a way to wake up, you may lose yourself. Forever.
Okay, I shut down the Animus monitoring system to free up a lot of memory, but even like this, it's still risky.
Desmond will be fine. The partition worked, the Animus is stable, and his signs are good.
For now. But this was built to recreate memories, not simulate entire cognitive processes.
The Animus will do its part, and Desmond will do the rest.
What's happening? I can't move. I can't... No! Hello?
Alright, so I was a bit behind on posting the names of those people when they were speaking. So the voice that we heard of Desmond's father is voiced by John Delancey, and this was actually his first time playing the role. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, there is someone who plays William Miles, but it's not him. So there's actually been someone else who played William Miles before John Delancey did. But he played William Miles in this game and Assassin's Creed 3 as well. Elijah Schneider returns as Rebecca, and Nolan North, of course, returns as Desmond. And Clay Kazmarek, who is actually also known as Subject 16, he plays... he's played by Graham Cuthbertson, who's also been in those other Assassin's Creed games as well, and he's also in Deus Ex Mankind Divided as the character named Smiley. He's also been in the early Splinter Cell games as well. I think in Chaos Theory, he's one of the he's one of the enemy soldier voices that you hear throughout the game. And in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, when you do the Subject 16 puzzles, the actor for Clay Kazmarek, Subject 16, is actually someone else again, and not Graham Cuthbertson, but he does the voice of Subject 16 in this. Metallic, what game did you play a few hours ago? So it was Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I did that playthrough, finished it off. Started it last week, and then finished it off today. How come he's seen Ezio in the battle and on the tower? How come he's seen Ezio in the battle and the tower? Oh, you mean when he's actually fighting as part of that intro cutscene? If you're wondering how Desmond's friends know where the cave temple is, they get the information during the disappearance of Da Vinci during Brotherhood. Yeah, you know, and he also tells them he knows where they need to go as well. Back this way, and we can't actually go there yet, but there will be some structures here that we can go through to do Desmond's journeys, but for this playthrough I'm not actually going to be doing them. However, when I do my annual playthrough in the next month and a half to 2 months from now, when I get to that game in my annual series run, then I'll actually do it, but not in this particular playthrough.
Just walk right past me.
16?
No, they didn't tell you my name.
Oh, God damn it, I'm still in the Animus?
What a shock you suffered out there.
Rebecca! Get me out of here.
They can't help you, Desmond. You're a broken man. Your mind, it's... broken.
Broken. I feel fine.
So did I.
Hey!
Look at me now! Let's talk, buddy. Walk with me.
What is this place?
It's nice, isn't it? We're in the guts of the Animus. The original test program. No memories here, just basic physics, weather simulations. Hello, world. You're lucky someone up there had the sense to plug you in here. It saved your life.
Saved it from what?
Right now, you should be sitting in a hospital ward, drooling and chewing on your tongue. For now, the Animus is keeping you intact. Keeping all your ancestors from collapsing into one big mess. But if you can't find a sync nexus, all those personalities will smash together. And that won't be pretty.
A sync nexus?
I'm getting there, hold on. There. That thing is your way out.
You're screwing with me.
Here's the problem. Your brain is hash. Too many ghosts in your head, too many voices. So how do you fix that? You claw your way back into the stored data, you find unfinished memories, and you crack them open. Finish what you started, until your ancestor has nothing left to show you. That is a sync nexus. And when you find it, the Animus can separate Desmond from Ezio and Altair and send you home. Back to your body.
How do you know all this?
Because it happened to me. But my body, it's worm food now. So I'm stuck here. A word of warning? When you step through there, everything changes. Nothing feels normal. But you are still in control, and it's up to you to find your way out.
Right.
If you hurry, you might make it back in time for Lucy's funeral.
What?
Oh. I thought you knew.
Lucy. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. It was that voice. Juno. She took hold of me. She made me. What am I doing? What have I done?
Did the right thing, Desmond. She was a traitor and needed to die.
It's Sean. Sean, what's going on?
Let me talk to him.
Did you... Hold on, I'm putting you on speaker.
Sean, it's William. Is everything taken care of?
Oh, well, hello to you too. For Christ's sakes, man, have some class.
All right, calm down.
Oh, that's rich. Yeah, Lucy's dead, and you want me to act like it's Easter Sunday, do you? How's Desmond, anyway? Keeping in?
That's enough, Sean.
What if he's a Templar, Bill? Eh? What if he's been programmed? It's happened before.
No, not Desmond.
Right. You would say that.
Sean.
There we go. So, there's a character called, fuck. Jeez, I hate when this happens. I'm about to say a name, and it's in my mind, and then as I start to talk, I fucking lose their friggin' bloody name. Holy fucking shit. Daniel Cross, that's his fucking name. Jesus Christ, Rod, I can't believe you fucking forgot his name. Anyway, there's a character that we see in Assassin's Creed 3 called Daniel Cross. And when Sean just now said how, you know, maybe he's a Templar, maybe he's been programmed, it's happened before. And it has, because there's a character named Daniel Cross who, for a time, was actually with the Assassins. They thought that they had actually helped him deal with what Abstergo did to him, aka the Templars. But he was actually a sleeper agent for the Templars, and he actually killed who was the head of the assassins in present day before William Miles took over. I don't know who that person was, but needless to say, Daniel Cross killed the previous mentor of the assassins in America in present time. So that happened, and that's who Sean was referring to then. There we go. Actually remembered his friggin' bloody name. As an aside, the character of Nikolai Orlov, who's a Russian assassin, he is actually the ancestor of Daniel Cross. So in Assassin's Creed 3, when Daniel Cross is about to shoot Desmond, but then he has a massive intrusion from a past memory, and you hear him speaking in Russian, that's because his mind is confused between him and his ancestor Nikolai. And that's why he's like, "Niet, get out!" You know. And there I go with my Arnie impression again. Hit Pigs, you know that feeling. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so annoying, you know. I hate when it happens. Metallica, oh Rod, please say oh bloody hell. Oh bloody hell. Metallica, yeah, you were wondering how he's seen Ezio in the intro cutscene because isn't he dead and in a totally different place? Oh yeah, because when Desmond's doing that sort of like thing, yeah, because Desmond hasn't actually experienced the memory of Ezio yet, where Ezio is actually captured. So yeah, that's actually a good point. I never actually even realized. Oh, absolutely, Afro. It's definitely a hype intro, that's for sure. Hey, Crooked. Hello to you, Senny. Good day to you as well. How's Daniel Craig, you mean Cross, doing? Yeah, it's funny how that happens too. Combine names. But it's going great, Crooked. Things are going well. Finished off Brotherhood and took a little bit of a break. And this playthrough, like Brotherhood, won't be doing everything. I won't even be doing the Desmond journey stuff. I won't even be doing all the Master Assassin mission stuff. Just the main story, and also the tombs as well. Hippie, where is this? So this is kind of like in a what would be the word that you would say? Because the Animus is a machine, and because it also has computer programming put into it, we're actually in a part of the Animus that kind of acts like a limbo sort of area. It's kind of like an area of the Animus that doesn't really get used, but it still has some information in it. That's probably the best way I can sort of explain it. And hello there, Levy. I hope you're going well also. Metallica, do you think I would ever play the Halo games? I'm not actually sure, because I've just only started a playthrough of Mass Effect, and I've never played any of those games before. And Mass Effect came out 16 years ago this year, so that's a long time for me not to have played a game. So I don't know if I'll get to the Halo series at all because there's so many games in it, and plus the last Halo game I played was 2 in 2004. But I never got into it, so yeah, I'm not too sure if I'll get to those on the channel. Hippie, the limbo. Realistically, if you could access the memory leaks in a computer, it would be a much more scary place. Yeah, that's true as well. And this is just this version of the Animus too. Other Animus machines that Abstergo have, for instance, who knows what different variations are in them. Like, there's different models of Animus machines, but I mean to say, I don't know if there's any different kinds of models in Abstergo's facilities somewhere else. The movie confirms that there is actually a different kind of Animus completely to what we saw in the games. The big giant robotic arm Animus. But that wasn't revealed until Assassin's Creed movie, which came out 2016, the present day that is set in 2016. Sorry. Tried to say that as quick as possible, because it is a lot of information all at once. But yeah, the Animus in the movie is this giant robotic arm that when the subject is experiencing the memories of their ancestor, whatever movements their ancestor makes, they actually make in real life too, including running and jumping and climbing stuff. So the present day person is strapped into this animus arm. Well, it's actually connected into the back of their spine, actually, to be honest. I don't know if it's the back of the spine, but it's called an epidural procedure. And that's what happens to the person in the movie, played by Michael Fassbender, named Callum Lynch. He gets this big giant needle stuck into the back of his neck, and that lifts him up in the animus arm. And basically, when his ancestor is doing running, jumping, and climbing and fighting, he in present day does the same movements at the same time, which goes against how the animus actually is supposed to work in the games. But they were trying to find a way to make the animus work in a different way visually for movie audiences, instead of having someone lying back in a chair or sitting in a chair or on a slab, you know, just like the Matrix. Yeah. But Desmond, when he's experiencing memories of Altair, for example, he's not running around inside the Abstergo facility. You know, it's just a simulation of those memories. But yeah, the movie didn't know how to actually translate that into movie form. So they came up with the idea of an actual arm that literally controls the movements that the person's doing, or also stops them from running out of the area, obviously.
Claudia, my dearest sister. I have been in Acre a week now, safe and in high spirits, but prepared for the worst. The men and women who have fed and sheltered me here also give me warning that the road to Masyaf is overrun by mercenaries and bandits, not native to this land. What this could mean, I dread to guess. When I first set out from Roma 10 months ago, I did so with a single purpose: to discover what our father did not. In a letter written the year before my birth, he makes mention of a library hidden beneath the stones of Masyaf Castle. A sanctum full of invaluable wisdom. So what will I find when I arrive there? Who will greet me? A host of eager Templars, as I fear most strongly. Or nothing but the whistling of a cold and lonely wind. Masyaf has not been home to the assassins for almost 300 years now. Can we still claim it for our own? Are we welcome there? I am wary of this fight, Claudia. Not because I am tired, but because our struggle seems to move in one direction only, towards chaos. Today, I have more questions than answers. This is why I've come so far. To find clarity. To find the wisdom left behind by the great Altair. So that I may better understand the purpose of our fight. And my place in it. Should anything happen to me, Claudia, should my skills fail me, or my ambition lead me astray, do not seek retribution or revenge in my memory, but fight to continue the search for truth, so that all may benefit. My story is one of many thousands, and the world will not suffer if it ends too soon.
him, you fools! Kill that bastard! Look everywhere! Top to bottom! I want him dead! Ezio! I'm going to dig your heart out with a shovel and feed it to you!
So Leandros...
He could be anywhere!
Leandros is the captain, the Templar captain that tried to hang Ezio. Steve Bloom plays him.
What the hell are you standing around for? Make yourself useful!
Hippie, have I ever had a samosa? I actually have. Not a lot of them, but I have had some in the past and didn't actually mind them. Yeah, Afro, one-man army for sure. That whole sequence is still as epic for me today as it was back in 2011 when I first saw it. It's just so damn good. Metallica, talking about scary technology, did you know that the GPS was actually made as a weapon in World War II, you think, or one of the wars, and then it was confined and restricted and given to the civilian population, but anyone that can hack use GPS as a weapon, like, for example, they can hack a plane's GPS, the passenger planes, everyone uses and changes GPS coordinates. Before anyone realizes what has happened, the plane is going down in the middle of the ocean because they ran out of gas. No, I didn't actually realize that about GPS, but it's not 100% surprising because a lot of technology that we get to use as civilians obviously has been developed for years before we even hear about them, let alone get to use them as well. Afro, them 60-year-old knees. Yeah, I think he's only 57, but still, he's almost 60, so you're close. For this playthrough, I'm not worried about getting the optional objectives, but if I get them, that's great. If I don't, I'll just keep moving on. Oh, Crooked! I just remembered something from Brotherhood that I found out today. It's like, that sword will have to do. Hippie, when you say internet, you mean the basic computers connected to each other and being able to share data with each other? Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing too, you know, when you think about the internet. How, if you're looking at the actual first instance of something, it's crazy to think how long ago that first instance of the internet actually was. Metallica, one thing will always be true no matter how much time passes. The people who know the secrets of life and should be listened to are the grandparents and great-grandparents who have gone through wars and horrible times and seen what cruel things people are capable of and what the world throws at you. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lesson in looking at the past to see where people made certain mistakes, for example, and try to not repeat them. The unfortunate thing about humanity, of course, is that we go through cycles in every aspect of life. We go through cycles of war. We go through cycles of being assholes to each other. We go through cycles of, you know, killing, innocent people and, you know, all that type of stuff. So it's one of those things where humanity will never ever get to the point where everyone is peaceful and nothing bad ever happens, you know. But there's definitely a lot that you can learn from the past and, you know, hope that you personally, you know, don't actually repeat the mistakes of the past, and also that, you know, you hope that certain things won't happen again, but it's unfortunate that they still do. Afro, this is the first time slow-mo in fights was introduced, you think? It was, Afro. Yeah, it was really, really cool that they introduced that.
On him! Get the bastard!
I love in this game how if you're in the middle of a kill animation, if another enemy is about to hit you, if you do the counter move against that enemy, the animation of the previous enemy being killed will be cancelled, and then Ezio will deal with the incoming enemy. That always is very handy in games. Metallica, but no matter what, no one learns. Humanity will never stop repeating the mistakes of the past. So you're right, if you look at history, it always repeats itself. Just in different ways, but it's still the same aspect, just changes who does it. Yeah, that's it. You know, and there will always be both a positive and negative aspect to everything. Which is unfortunate, you know, like, it'd be awesome if everyone on the planet could live their whole life without ever having anything bad happen to them, but it's just not a realistic way of viewing things, but also accepting, you know. Yeah, that's going to be cool, Afro, to be able to explore Alamut in Mirage. As much as I'm cautious about that game and wary of it potentially not being what Ubisoft are saying it will be in interviews, all the same, I still hope it does a good job. Because if it does, and it's actually really successful, I'll be very happy. But if it doesn't, and it fails, I won't be surprised. Because it probably has the potential to be as good of a game as other games in the series that were really, really, really strongly liked by fans. Not every fan, you know, because obviously within a fandom there's people who aren't fans of even the most nice, I got that to actually do that. Like even the greatest game that people say is the greatest game has people who don't like it, you know, but personally I'm hoping that Mirage ends up on the same level for me personally as something like Assassin's Creed 2 or Origins or Assassin's Creed Unity, where you have like a game that actually pays respect to what's come before, but also what will come after Basim's time in that game, and while at the same time still making sure that it's enjoyable as a game too, and making sure the parkour is basically much more advanced than what it currently is. Yeah, Hippie, it was a nice glitch there. It was so funny. It happens many times in certain circumstances in these games. In Liberation it happened to me once, and it actually caused me to fail the mission because the character that I was supposed to tail, or whatever the objective was, flew up in the air like that randomly, and I got desynced. I was like, come on. Metallica, alright, talking about humanity and population and everything, where do beef and pork and eggs and milk come from? Where do you get those things? Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is, like, how long can we rely on those sources where we get them from to be the sources that we get them from? You know what I mean? Like, the amount of resources that we can access right now are definitely not as much as they used to be, but the question then is, what are these things going to be in the future that replace those sources, you know? I keep forgetting that in this game, the first memory, it doesn't pop up, and the second memory too. It doesn't actually pop up like it did before in Brotherhood, where before you even start the memory, it pops up with the message telling you what the memory is. So, Sequence 1, Memory 1, the Hangman. The Templars intend to hang Ezio as a warning to all those who would interfere with them, but Ezio has other plans. Memory 2, A Narrow Escape. This setback will not keep Ezio from finding Altair's secrets. Enter the Citadel, find Ezio's equipment, and locate the library. Alright, so that just recaps the first 2 memories we've done. Because as I go through the game, when it pops up telling us what the memories are, because it will actually start to do that after this point. I wanted to read them out before starting each mission. Afro, if Mirage ends up having meh parkour just like the past 5 or 6 years, it is what it is, but you know they won't skimp out on world design. That's Ubisoft's strong point. How did Ezio know there was water under the floor? Truly a leap of faith. Yeah, that's actually a really good question. Even though he doesn't actually... Sorry, even though we don't see the screen go into Eagle Vision mode, maybe he actually used Eagle Vision to actually see that there was water under there. But if not, that's a hell of a guess. But that's definitely understandable, you know, Afro, because like the past games, Origins included, as much as I love Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, the parkour in all 3 games has not been on the level of even Assassin's Creed 2, which is saying something. So obviously there's some things that you can do in Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla that you can't in AC2. Like in Assassin's Creed 2, you can't climb up rocky things. Okay, so yeah, I give it that, you know. But there's basic things in AC2 that you can't do in Valhalla that were basic things all the way through the series until Syndicate, really. Even though Syndicate is where they actually started to reduce the robustness and the range of what you could do with the parkour, you know. Metallica, in the name of progress, they're taking away farmland, and that means no more real beef or pork or milk or eggs or wildlife. So if they continue destroying and building civilization on that land, will only cause more pain and misery and death. If folk truly understand the way of life we ranchers and farmers live, the world would be a little bit better because we see life like the natives did before the pain and suffering of their people. We respect the land and animals and only take what you truly need. Yeah, you know, there's definitely an argument to say that, you know, just killing things for the sake of killing them and then just leaving them to rot versus, okay, we really need the food, so we really need to, you know, kill the animal, but make sure that we're using every part of it and not wasting it, and not killing just for the sake of killing. If you think his cinematic character looks much different from his in-game model, you don't know why. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, this was 2011 when this game came out, and maybe this was one of the games in the series that started to try to really make the way that Ezio looked in the cinematics make him look like in the gameplay, but they hadn't quite reached that point yet where they could make it one-to-one. Afro because 2011 graphics.
Where do you think he's from? Seen that cut of... There! Move!
Afro, also, this is the first time Ezio doesn't look like Desmond anymore. That is very true. That's also another aspect as well. Same with Altair as well. Altair's character model in this doesn't have Desmond's face like it did in the first game.
Be merciful, please. I am a working man with a family.
Doing what kind of work?
Digging mostly. It took me a year to find this chamber. And for the past 3 months, I've been trying to break through this door.
You've not made much progress.
I have not made a dent. This stone is harder than steel.
I doubt you will. This door is guarding objects more valuable than all the gold in the world.
Ah, do you mean gemstones?
There are keyholes here. Where are the keys?
These Templars found one beneath the Ottoman Sultan's palace. As for the others, I suppose the little book will tell them.
What book?
A journal of some kind. That ugly captain, he carries it with him wherever he goes.
Go home. Find work with honest men.
Oh, I would love to leave this place. But these men, they will murder me if I try.
Pack your tools.
A journal of some kind. A mysterious journal has brought the Templars to Masyaf. Find the Templar captain and recover it. Metallica, and that is what Progress is doing. They are killing the land and causing more pain and suffering because they are greedy for money and don't care who they hurt or what they do in the long run. As long as they have the money, it doesn't matter who dies and what we have left. Yeah, and there's only so long that will actually be what they can do, There will become a point where that isn't possible anymore. But by then, it'll also be, a disastrous situation for other people who weren't doing the wrong thing, Hippie, in Prince of Persia, when you're sneaking, it lets you speed kill. Yeah, that was really cool in Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones, that you could do that. And it's really cool to think about how that game came out in 2005, and then 2 years later we got Assassin's Creed. And what are you doing in Assassin's Creed? Sneaking around, killing enemies. So it's really cool when you see that kind of evolution happen. And in any case, there's definitely an evolution from the type of gameplay in terms of traversing the environment, which gets used in Assassin's Creed, but then gets advanced to the point where in the Prince of Persia games, the prince can't climb up buildings like you can in Assassin's Creed. It's pretty much like if the ledge is low enough to reach it, then the prince, when he jumps up, will grab it and then pull himself up. There's no, there's a ledge that's up really high. I'll just have the character climb the wall until he reaches that ledge and then pulls himself up on it, It wasn't until Assassin's Creed that they did the whole, how about we have it that the character has to get from the ground to where they need to go up top of the building, but by scaling the building. Metallic, you probably dread when you come in the stream because you make you think and talk about serious matters that affect everyone, lol. That's absolutely no worries at all, Metallica, because there's so many things that it's easy to forget about. We get caught up in our own lives day to day, and we forget that there's other sort of aspects to life going on at the same time. You know what I mean? Alright, so when you interact with this, it triggers a bleeding effect, eagle vision kind of thing for Ezio, where Altair jumps through the window. Although, I think at this point maybe it's just for us as the player. But in any case, that's actually foreshadowing what we see later in the game when Altair jumps through the window when Abbas, who has taken over the assassins, tries to kill Altair. What was really cool about this is that it showed you what potentially Assassin's Creed 1 could have looked like with graphics years after it came out. You know what I mean? So for example, the first game came out in 2007, and this game came out in 2011. So there had been a lot of advancements in games even in that short amount of time. So this is a good example of seeing how locations in Assassin's Creed 1 could have looked graphically a few years on from the first game. Exactly, Afro, yeah, that's why he jumped Altair, because later on in the memory where he finds out that Abbas had one of the assassins order him to like kill Altair's eldest son, and then Altair uses the apple, but then Maria convinces him to let go of the apple, but when he does, the dude kills Maria, and then Altair kills the dude, and then he takes the apple and then runs out and jumps through the window when he escapes.
The assassin must not get his hands on that book. When we reach Leandros, we will escort him out of the village. You stay behind and make sure we're not followed.
Why do they cut cloaks like that? Isfahan?
Cut him off!
So we have here the legendary training area where every time Altair in Assassin's Creed 1 would come running past this point, well, not running past it, but every time he'd go and stand there, this dude is like, hey Altair, you know, come and train my students for me. I'm too lazy to actually train them myself. But that acted in the game as a way to actually learn the new move that you had gotten back.
Where do I look? Take him now!
Metallica, yeah, totally. And you actually love talking to your grandfather and your late mentor, whom passed, which he told you about because we talked about life and that stuff, and war and everything, and it made you open your eyes to life and the world and appreciate what you have and what is left a lot more. Yeah, that's the thing too. When you're sort of like just going about your daily routine and things, it can be difficult. It can be easy, you know, to actually forget sometimes to actually take a look, or even not actually look, but think about, you know, how many things we should be actually thankful for, you know. Yeah, but you heard the Prince of Persia remake that got delayed was being made under Ubisoft India, and you know people in your country are not that good at video game development yet, Maybe at some point in the future we can be a big investable market for that industry. For now, you heard the project is now being handled by Ubisoft Montreal. Yeah, so initially it was the other Ubisoft studio, then it was delayed, then it was delayed again, and then it was delayed again, and then they delayed it again, but then they announced that Ubisoft Montreal was taking over the project. And I wonder why they didn't choose them in the first place, because they did the original Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. So it makes sense, I feel, to start the project with them doing it. But it is what it is, and yeah, so who knows when we'll get that game. Apparently Ubisoft told their investors that that the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake will come out somewhere between 2023 and 2024, and it's like, yeah, that's very specific. But they're just saying that to cover their ass, because if they say 2024 and it doesn't come out until, well, sorry, if they say it'll come out this year and it doesn't, then they'll be pissing off the investors even more. So it makes sense that they would say something like, yeah, between this year and next year we'll get it out. But they'll probably delay it again, and then again, and then again. And then in 20 years' time, it'll be like, oh, remember that Skull and Bones game that took 15 years to make? Yeah. Well, the Prince of Persia remake is still not being made, and it's now, we're now so far advanced that, I don't know, but still. Hey, Sire. Welcome to the stream. And you probably haven't been here since I changed the channel name. So welcome to the channel with a new name. I did, Sire, yeah. I dropped the horror theme because I don't just stream horror, and I wanted to make sure that people who didn't know that didn't think that I only streamed horror, and then when they turn up and have a look that I don't just stream horror, leave. You know what I mean? So I wanted to do it for that reason, also to make the name shorter, also to keep my own name in it, but change the actual rest of the name so that it's more reflective of certain things, and a good way to sort of like a word that sort of, is like a good placeholder for community and stuff like that. Yeah, you were like, who's this? But you see Assassin's Creed, it's my boy, you're glad you checked. Sounds good to me. Yeah, that's the thing, other thing too, like keeping Rod as part of the title was definitely something that I wanted to do, so that people who knew me as that, if at the very least they're thinking, hang on, what's this channel? I did follow a Rod Zombie. Is this the same person? But if I change the name to a completely different thing without Rod in the title, it'd be a case of, like, let's just say I'd named the channel, Steve, and it was like someone's going through their list and going, hang on, who's this Steve channel? I don't remember following a Steve. You had a rebrand too? Oh, that's cool, Sire. Yeah, I kept the other thing that I had for 6 years, so I was like, I may as well do a change. Went from Worthless Sire to the Sire. Oh, really? Yeah. That's definitely a good way to shorten the name as well.
completely insane.
That is most unusual. Not the bashful type, is he?
Never mind. I don't want to.
Via Pobrostamo! None of you leave until the assassin is dead! Do you understand?
استغنومي كيريلو خيي, but he seems to have found us.
Pane! Pane!
He's behind us! There! You see him?
What are you doing? Master! Damn! Die, you bastard! No, merda! Just a scratch. Move! Master! Run, you stupid brute! Take this! Move! Where are you, bastard? Yeah! Closer! Get closer! Closer! Move! Wait! Go to hell! You again! Ah! I have him! Take this! Die, you bastard! Stop him! Stop him!
Do not take your eyes off this road for a moment. Do you understand me? Nothing gets through.
Leandros! There!
Well, well. Look what crawled out of its hole to die. He's at death's door. Finish him off. Bring me his head, or throw yourselves into the canyon!
Sire, you were in a group of guys with a YouTube and Twitch called Worthless Pictures. Kinda did side ventures, then broke off on your own, lol. Ah, I see now. Yeah. Well, that definitely makes sense, and there's kind of like an evolution that happened. That's cool. Hippie, what is this currency called? That's actually a good question. I think it's... Oh, what is it? They do say it starts with A, I think. Not actually sure, though, what you could say it is. Is it Archie or something? You would need some thick padded leather armor to slide around like that. Ezio's lucky he wears that. Oh, yeah. That whole part, like, because the camera actually switches to show Ezio front on, sliding behind the carriage, you can still actually take damage from the things on the ground that you can take damage from. So when I did a playthrough of this game in the past, where I did a no damage in memories playthrough, in a normal game, you might do a no damage playthrough where literally from the start of the game to the end, you can't take damage. But because I'm not that skilled of a player, I decided to go with, in this game, within memories, take no damage. If I took damage inside a memory, I had to restart the memory from scratch. When it came to doing that mission that we just finished, I actually made that exempt. I tried to see if I could get through without taking damage, but there's just so many moving parts to that, and also the fact that when the camera switches, I don't know if I have to switch which way I'm actually holding the controller, like which direction, or whether I can just hold it in the same direction and it'll be fine. Then there's so many different things you can't see, and then it's like, well, some of the turning is a bit all over the place, so I made that mission exempt from that challenge. Maybe if I spent 5 hours on it, maybe I could get through it without taking damage, but that part there where I was dodging the bits of pebble after I desynchronized, that might actually be a clue as to whether, like, for that part at least, not taking damage. So, survive, poor horses? Yeah, that's the thing, right? In all these movies and games, when we see horses fall off and all that type of stuff, you know, like, obviously there are examples in the past where movies have, you know, injured horses and that, which is not good. Since then, there has been obviously a big sort of like push to make sure that, you know, using CG horses and all that type of stuff. But in terms of the story, when you have horses getting hurt in something, even though you know that the actual horses in the movie used weren't hurt, in the story, it's like, ah, damn, the horse got killed. It'd be funny how the guard sounds so much like Cesare. Yeah, it's so funny. It's almost as if the actor playing him did an impression of Andreas Apergus. Just kidding. It actually was him who did the voice of that guard. Yeah, sorry, that part was annoying. Sometimes in these games, if you desynchronize at the point where the game goes into a cutscene, sometimes the game will allow you to actually just start from the cutscene. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, for example, there's a mission where you have to pretend to be French guards and you have to escort Bartolomeo. And in that, if you desynchronize, but you've killed the last person you need to in that section, and you get a checkpoint, the game actually allows you to continue on from the checkpoint. So sometimes that happens in these games, which actually helps a lot. The Wounded Eagle. The Templar captain Leandros has left you to die. Find and kill him, then retrieve the journal.
Die!
Early in this playthrough, like I do with all the Assassin's Creed games, you'll see me looting a lot of bodies to get the money and like materials and stuff. But there will come a point where I won't bother with that because I will have gotten Ezio so much money that there's no point worrying about that. However, if you're doing a playthrough where you want to get everything bought in the entire game, you need almost over 600,000 of this currency to afford every single book that you can buy in the game, because some books in this game cost 100,000 to buy. So we definitely won't be doing that for this playthrough, but I have done it in the past, and I can tell you what, it takes a long time to get that much money.
He is not what he seems.
Let's see, did I come up with a little bit of a new dance move for Ezio? So because his arm is actually injured or whatever, that animation probably won't be something I can do exactly like that in the rest of the playthrough.
This used to be so easy.
There!
Aha! No mercy for you!
Yeah, Hibby, that's true. At least he's bobbing his head. So where is he exactly? Is this Turkey? He's actually not there yet, but he will be going there. He's actually in Masyaf. I don't actually exactly know specifically in the Middle East where it actually is, but he's not actually in Constantinople, Turkey yet, or Istanbul. Games like, use your eagle sense, and I'm like, I already know where he is.
Just another notch on.
Right in the groin. Google says Masyaf is in Syria. Interesting. Ah, so there we go. That's specifically where it is. Yeah. It was really cool when this game first came out, and it's still enjoyable, of course, to do it, that they do it, but it was really hype to actually know that we were going to be going to the same place where Altair assassinated people, but in a different time period as Ezio.
He's hunting.
Like how it said he's vaulting, and all Ezio was doing was fighting. It'd be half the time they swing at you, it doesn't even hit you exactly. There's also some times where the animation will position you off and away from the target who's been killed, and yet they still die.
Must be a Française.
Time to go visit my uncle.
I like how he said, funny clothes, must be a Française.
Ah, how done it! God damn your soul!
Hey, hey, hey. Latouche. Be quiet. So the actor who just spoke as that NPC is actually the same dude who in Assassin's Creed Unity plays Latouche. Unholy thief. In Assassin's Creed 1,
Seen that cut of cloak before?
you'll hear a lot of, thief, you are filth. Die, thief. I'll have your hand for that. And the funny thing is, the actor who actually plays a lot of the enemies in Assassin's Creed 1, Haz Slayman, he actually voices Malik in Assassin's Creed 1, and in this game he actually will be playing the Prince Suleiman the First.
Could it be that you are every bit as deadly as the legends say? Or am I in charge of an army of drunks swinging sticks? Right this way, Ezio. Nowhere left to run now!
Not for me, and not for you.
Kill that dog! Cut him down!
Ah, got you now!
Something which you could do in Assassin's Creed 1, 2 and Brotherhood was you could actually go into a first-person view. You couldn't move while in it, but it was a separate first-person view than when you actually do it in Eagle Vision mode. So you could either go into Eagle Vision mode and then activate the first-person view, or you could just go into first-person view without going into Eagle Vision mode as well. But in this game they took out the ability to just go into first-person view mode, so you can only go into first-person view mode combined with the Eagle Vision. Because pushing in the left control stick used to actually just go into first-person view mode, and then you held down the Y button to actually activate Eagle Vision. But in this game, pressing the left control stick in will activate both first-person view and Eagle Vision. They're tied together. It's a small detail, but it's an example of how these games can change even in slight ways from one to the next.
dulls the pain.
And in this game too, you can still do high profile versus low profile assassinations as well. Something which you can't do in Origins, Odyssey, or Valhalla.
I know that man.
It wasn't for them.
Looks like another long one, eh, John? Perhaps we should look in on that steady now. See how it goes.
You there! Stop! That
Talk about a bit of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth there with those enemies. Hibby, the Two Thrones also gives you a button for first person view and couldn't move during the first person. Yeah, that's the thing too, you know, like, it's funny to think of games that did that. Whereas nowadays it'd be like, oh yeah, first person view mode plus being able to move while in first person view mode. Just as a matter of fact thing that they do. Are they carrying guns in this? They are actually, Hippie, yeah. Yeah, the enemies have guns in this one. I mean, I don't know if they did in Brotherhood now that I think about it. The first time I played this, in 2011, there was a certain word that the captain will actually use, and that word is Malaka. Fast forward to 2018 when Assassin's Creed Odyssey came out. Malaka is one of the most heard words in that game that you will ever hear. So after I did that first playthrough of Odyssey back in 2018, the next time after that I replayed this game, I was like, holy fucking shit. I'd actually heard of that word in 2011, but it didn't stand out to me until 2018 when playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey for the first time, and it gets used a lot. And I was just like, holy shit. Did not even remember that was what he said. It was just another word. And it wasn't like I played this game in 2011 and then never played it again until after I played Odyssey. I like to play this game at least once a year since then. But it was a word that never actually stood out to me until Odyssey came out, and then I replayed this again. And I was like, holy shit. I had actually heard that word before 2018.
Foreign muscle.
look. Wait a minute.
It could be alright.
Hey, Donnie Darko. Yeah, Hippie, so they did just have crossbows, yeah. But now, these enemies have guns. It is Donnie Darko, yeah, I love this game. It was a great third game for Ezio to have. And I remember how excited I was for this game and the prospect of playing as Altair again, because I hadn't played the Bloodlines game on the PlayStation Portable where you actually play as Altair again. So for me, it wasn't until this game came out that I was able to play another Assassin's Creed game that has Altair in it. Maybe what year is it in Revelations? You wonder if they had guns back then. So I think it's about like 1508 or 1507, something like that. Oh, here we go. 1459. Hang on. No. What's that? That must be the database entry. 1459. That's not what year this game is set in. Wonder if they had guns back then. Yeah. It is interesting though, like, sometimes you find out that a piece of technology existed much earlier than you thought was actually the earliest.
What do you think of that one?
Yeah, so since Ezio's healed now, I can't make him do that dance move he was doing, so this is all he can do now. And I can't make him just do his Quagmire giggity head bop anymore.
I want him caught now.
Do you?
Get him! Where? Not I.
What a piece of shit.
There! Move!
Now it's your turn to fall off. Have fun. Nope. Looked like the other one fell in the water. Hippie Google, gunpowder and gun technology spread throughout Eurasia during the 14th century. You guess it checks out. Ah, well there we go. And who knew back then what advancements would eventually be made too? Okay, so I think I've almost killed and looted every enemy in this area, which when I do a new playthrough of an Assassin's Creed game, I like to loot as many bodies as possible early on to build up the money as early as possible. It's really difficult in Assassin's Creed 3 to actually get money this way, because sometimes you're only looting like 5 sort of like dollars. Or 5 pounds, you know. You're not looting like 100 pounds from dead enemies, you know. It's hippie. All previous Ezio games started in peace until terrible events took place. Except from this, we started a mission with this one. That's true. And I like the parallels between certain things that we get in each game in the Ezio Trilogy. Like you got Assassin's Creed 2 where Ezio sees what the Templars can be capable of when they kill his father and his brothers. And then in Brotherhood he comes across a man who has lost his wife and she's been hung, and so Ezio is like, you know, I too know betrayal or treachery. Can't remember the dialogue now, and I just played the game recently. That's how bad my memory can be. Okay, so the captain soon is going to say Malacca. And as I was saying before, when I first played this, that word just went over the top of my head. But when I replayed this again after my first playthrough of Odyssey, in which Malacca is said every 5 seconds, then it stood out to me. Malakas.
What does it take to kill you, eh? Why will you not die?
Don't you ever stop howling.
Well, the old hound still has a bite.
The book you carry, where is it?
Niccolo Polo's journal. This will do you no good. Not now. We have found one of the Masyaf keys already, and are closing in on the rest.
What is in that library is not for you, not for the Templars.
You can have Altair's books, Ezio. We only want guidance. We only want directions. To the location of the Grand Temple.
Grand Temple? Tell me more, now! Requiescat in pace, bastardo.
This apple. It is a remarkable piece of work. Feel the material, hard as steel, but very light.
You really want to be fooling with that thing?
I do. I absolutely do. I have been waiting a long time to get my hands on one of these.
Okay, you're making me nervous, Bill.
Don't be. I don't think I have the right genes to properly wield it.
Oh, but Desmond, you think he does?
What the hell just happened? You were snooping. Wandering outside the Desmond partition. So once the Animus located you, it pulled you back here. It's just following orders. Like a fail-safe program. Trying to keep your poor head intact, whether you like it or not.
What are you doing here exactly?
Playing. Learning. Waiting. A lot of waiting. I keep the Animus distracted as best I can. For you, so you can explore. Otherwise it might hunt you down like a little virus and, delete you.
Well, my guardian angel.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, Thanks.
Damn, when he says there's no such thing as guardian angels.
Sean, it's me. What's happening?
Are you at the airport?
Yeah, we're chartering a jet. Are you coming?
Yes, yeah. I'll be there soon.
Good.
They buried her already.
I heard.
In a little cemetery outside Rome. Nice place.
God, things got so fucked up so fast.
Is Desmond still out?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of brain activity, but with the monitoring system shut down, we can't record anything.
Well, keep me posted, okay? I'll see you soon.
Hibby, that's okay. You don't remember what you had for dinner last night. Yeah, it can get like that, you know. Unless there was something really, really, like, you know, memorable that happened during a dinner. They're not very good at gun aim. No. If you stay there, they are. But if you just keep moving like that, then they're not, thankfully. Hippie. So who is this guy? So that guy isn't physically alive anymore. The only remnant of him is this digital version that Desmond is talking to. And he was actually an assassin. He was actually sent to the same facility that Desmond ends up in Assassin's Creed 1, and his mission was to see what the Templars were up to with the Animus, because until that time the Animus was this really top secret thing that only the Templars knew, and William Miles, who is actually Desmond's father, he's the head of the Assassins in present day. So he actually sent Clay on that mission. But he had also sent Lucy to Abstergo to infiltrate them and be a mole inside the organization. They went to the trouble of trying to erase Lucy's past and any connection she might have had that the Templars could find, and any link to the Assassins. But they found that link. So yeah, Clay, who was known as Subject 16, he experienced the memories of Ezio, and he's also related to Desmond. They're actually cousins. And Lucy was supposed to actually get Clay out of there, but she didn't, because by that point she had become a Templar. And what he did was he actually killed himself ultimately, but he made messages on the walls in blood that only Desmond could actually see, or anyone else who actually has eagle vision could actually see. And he also embedded in the Animus core a lot of these different puzzle type things, so that he could hide certain information inside of it. And in Assassin's Creed 2, right at the start, Lucy actually copies everything from that Animus core, or at the very least she actually takes the Animus core and puts it into the Animus that Desmond uses in AC2 and Brotherhood, and the one that he's also plugged into as well. So yeah, that's who that guy was. And when Desmond said, "My guardian angel," and Clay said, "There's no such thing," it's not just because he believes that there's no such thing as that, it's also because he had someone who was supposed to be his guardian angel in a way, and that was Lucy, to help him get out of there once he had gotten the information about what they were actually looking for with the Animus. But because she betrayed not only Clay but also the Assassins as well, it meant that he wasn't able to escape. So his quote-unquote guardian angel turned out to be nothing but a traitor. So that just adds something extra, and to be honest, I never even thought about that until this playthrough, about the connection between Desmond saying "my guardian angel" and Clay's response saying "there's no such thing," being doubly him not believing in guardian angels, but also Lucy in her role in actually protecting Clay to make sure that he would actually be able to leave, and failing that, then that adds a whole extra layer to his dialogue there. Hey there, Drake. Welcome to you. I hope things are going great. Little did he know that he's related to Desmond. It's Rod. You actually like Clay. Yeah. He is such a great character. And I'm glad that they did the DLC, The Lost Archives, where you actually learn more about him. And it gives you a fuller picture of what his life was like and what he was like and everything like that. To the point where Abstergo even had on their books a psychologist that Clay was seeing, and the psychologist was actively trying to make sure that Clay would not keep improving in what he was getting help for, because Abstergo was the one that was paying the psychologist's wages and giving him all these luxury holidays and everything, and the psychiatrist didn't want to give it up. But Clay actually sneaks into his office and actually steals the file and some of the diary entries that the psychologist kept about the fact that he was basically using Clay and the money that Abstergo gives him, so that he could actually, keep getting that money and use it for his own personal gain. He's extremely cynical and pessimistic, but he has many redeemable traits. Exactly, and there's a good reason why he's cynical and pessimistic. He's gone through so much stuff, and because he was able to embed his consciousness into the Animus core, it means that there is still a version of him that exists. So it still follows how he actually felt about stuff as well, which is kind of trippy when you think about it. Oh, and I just remembered too, something else that gave me chills. Later, when Clay actually helps Desmond survive, later in this story, in the present day, Clay becomes the guardian angel for Desmond, helping him out of the situation. I only just thought of that now too.
Dear sister, Masyaf is overrun by a battery of Templars, and their motive is clear. They desire the secrets locked away in Altair's library. Secrets they believe will lead them to something called the Grand Temple. Whether or not this is true, I do know the library is real. I have seen its door for myself. But none can enter. Not without 5 keys which were sent to Constantinople with Niccolo Polo almost 300 years ago. Claudia, I must find these keys. The Templars have already located one, and I do not know how difficult it will be to find the others. Only time, skill, and a bit of luck will tell. A magnificent sight.
It is a work in progress.
No city in Europa has a skyline quite like this.
Well, to be precise, that is Europa. That is Asia.
Ah. Some borders even the Ottomans cannot move.
Very few. You are Italian by the sound of it, but your outfit is not. Have you been traveling long?
Si, da molto tempo. I left Roma 12 months ago, looking for inspiration. And that search brought me here. When I was a child, my father told me stories about the fall of Constantinople.
You must mean the conquest of Constantinople. I suppose the moral of any story matches the temper of the man telling it.
That we can agree on.
Güzel. Constantinople is a city for all kinds and creeds. Students like me or travelers such as yourself. I have so much work to return to, but it is good to be home.
Work? When I was your age, my interests were mainly salve.
Incredible. I am surprised you got anything done.
As was my mother.
It was a pleasure speaking with you, Bey Effendi. I hope you find something to hold your interest here.
I have faith I will.
Yardım edebilir miyim efendim?
Grazie, dear boy.
A scholar and a gentleman. You are full of surprises.
Very few, my friend. Eksik olmayın.
Hoş geldin kardeşim. Unless the legend is a lie, you are the man I long to meet. Renowned master and mentor. Ezio Auditore de la.
Prego.
Forgive me. I have a hard time remembering that Italian gibberish.
Da Firenze, the city where I was born.
Ah, yes. So, by your custom, I would be Yusuf Kazim da Istanbul. I like that.
Istanbul. Yet another name for this city.
Evet, it's a local favorite. Come, Mentor da Firenze. I will show you around.
Okay, before it continues on, I just want to catch up with chat. Drake, not going to lie, Clay's redeemable traits definitely outweighs his negative ones, and that's a fact. That's true. That's very true, you know. And that's the way to sort of like make a character relatable, but also a character that you can get behind as well. You're guessing around this time, Cassandra is definitely chilling in Greece. And you bet 100% that Cassandra can use the hidden blade effortlessly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Cassandra can do anything first time without failing. I'm just being facetious. Like Ezio here, because he is less brash and a lot wiser than his previous incantations. Yeah, he's definitely gone through a lot, and he's learned a lot, and now that he's a lot older, he has a different perspective on things as well. So actually looking at Haas's IMDb, it looks like he actually did do some voices for Assassin's Creed Liberation. But the game, but he doesn't actually have a credit as any actual character. They just say he did a voice, which doesn't really help when I want to know what the name of the character is that he voiced. Let's see if actually checking the Liberation IMDb has that. Yep, so he's just credited as voice. Alright, I'm going to have to update that command so that when I use it, it actually includes Assassin's Creed Liberation as part of his Assassin's Creed roles. But yeah, my statement still stands though that I made in chat, that I typed. I really hope he returns to the series at some point, because he is a great actor. In fact, I would not have minded if they actually had him do the voice of the new Prince of Persia. Let's go to Haas in my commands. There we go, and I'll just add that role, Assassin's Creed Liberation. But the next time I play Liberation, which will be when I do my annual series run, I need to keep an ear out for which character he might play. And then if I know who it is, I can then actually update my command on Twitch to actually reflect that. But for now, I have to credit him as voices because that's all the IMDb is actually saying. There we go, so now that's changed to reflect the fact that he also voiced someone in Assassin's Creed Liberation. Drake, what you love about Revelations is the Janissaries. They are such a challenge to fight. Victory is sweet when you defeat them. Yeah, it was good to add a different enemy type, to add a little bit of extra sort of like challenge as well. But yeah, they're very like unique looking as well. And Yusuf Tazim, another great fucking character in this game. I would have loved to actually get a game with him. In fact, I always felt that with Assassin's Creed Chronicles, they wouldn't have to keep doing them in the same style, but I would have liked them to continue the actual Assassin's Creed Chronicles title and then do more games as part of that. And they could have done an Assassin's Creed Chronicles game where you played as Yusuf up until the point when he meets Ezio for the first time. I think that would have been really cool. A warm welcome. Master Assassin Yusuf Tazim has welcomed you to Constantinople and would like to give you a tour. Get to know him and the city.
Welcome to Galata district. For centuries, it has been a home to orphans from Europa and Asia alike. You won't find more diversity anywhere else in the city. And for that reason, assassins make it their home.
I would like to see where.
Kesinlikle. The Brotherhood is always eager to meet the man who put the Borgias out to pasture.
Oh, does everyone in this city know I'm here already?
Well, your Holy Land tussle with the Templars did not go unnoticed.
When I first set out, violence was so far from my mind. I sought wisdom. The contents of Altair's library.
Not realizing it has been sealed for 3 centuries?
No, I assumed as much. But I never expected to find Templars guarding it.
Very troubling, no? 5 years ago, Templar influence here was minimal. A small faction with dreams of restoring the Byzantine throne. But they're growing in number, day by day. And with Sultan Bayezid on his way out, they may try something dramatic.
Is there no heir to the Ottoman throne?
Not just one, 2 angry sons. It's a familiar pattern with these royals. When the Sultan coughs, the princes draw their swords.
Between the Templars and the Ottomans, you must stay busy.
Ezio, I barely have time to polish my blade. Leave some for me, eh? I must remember that. In a new mouth. A master at work. Ezio, there! Another wave! No. Watch.
Byzantium is dead, as are you.
The whole city wakens to welcome you, Ezio. First the regents, now the rats. Ottoman soldiers have a special loathing for these Byzantine thugs. That gives us some breathing room.
How much?
Just a little. They'll still kill you if you look at them wrong. But they will feel bad about it later.
Touching.
It's not so bad, really. For the first time in many decades, the assassins have a strong presence here. It wasn't always that way. Under the Byzantine Emperor, the assassins were hunted down and killed on the spot. We're almost there. This way.
Drake, Rod, you're wondering, would Jack the Ripper stand a chance against Ezio? Yeah, I mean... It's kind of hard because I'd have to then think about if Ezio could kick the ass of Jack the Ripper, then that makes Jacob seem like he's a very weak assassin, but I don't think Jacob is a weak assassin, so that makes me wonder then how to actually answer the question, because as much as Ezio is my favorite character in this franchise, there's a whole lot of other characters that I really, really like too, and I know that Jacob is kind of like one of those characters that a lot of people hate, but I actually do like him as a character. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that it's just a one-on-one fight with Ezio and Jack the Ripper. I'd say Ezio's got it. But I would say that. But, yeah, that's my answer. He would.
Mentor, say hello to your extended family.
Salute a voi, assassini. And is an honor to find such fast friends so far from home.
You see, brothers? Our mentor is not afraid to weep openly in front of pupils.
Do not worry. I will not make a habit out of it.
Ezio and I were ambushed on the way here. I'd like some of you to do a sweep of the area. Hey, man! And you, Ezio. Your weapons and armor are in a pitiful state. Maybe find some money and repair what you can. There is a blacksmith nearby. He's a friend.
Buona idea.
Drake, it would be a hard-fought victory of Ezio. Yeah. Because, I mean, you know, Jack the Ripper is pretty strong as well. Like, he's a pretty physically imposing character as well. Hey there, Lucky. Welcome. You feel like this is a very slept-on game. You enjoyed this so much. Me too, Lucky. Yeah, I really, really do like this game. I was really hyped for it back before it came out. And when I played it, was not disappointed. And what an ending to the game too. You know, both the actual Ezio ending, but also the present day section and everything like that. It's just, the music's awesome. And I really like this setting. I think it was wise to choose a different setting from Italy, because we had Italy as the location in 2 and Brotherhood. So it was good to actually have Ezio go somewhere else. And especially tie things into Masyaf and Altair and all that type of stuff. There's so much to really, really like about this game, and always a joy to replay it. Even when I'm doing challenge playthroughs that really annoy me, I still really like playing this game. It has probably the most emotional ending. It closed Ezio's story so beautifully. It did. You know, if you only play the games, it still does a great job at just finishing off his story. The animated movie, Assassin's Creed Embers, if you actually like watching, you know, movies and stuff like that, it's actually a really, really good story, and it's set after this and follows Ezio when he's retired, living with his wife Sophia and their child Flavia. And Xiao Jun, the Chinese assassin, actually visits to get some training, but also to meet Ezio and get some kind of, you know, help and that kind of thing. It's a really, really good story, and that's how they actually end the character fully in the series, that is. But yeah, if you just play the games, his ending is still very satisfying that they show in this game. Oh yeah, Lucky. Yeah, if you have the Ezio Collection version, it's actually part of it. It's actually combined into it. But just in case you don't, and for those who haven't actually seen it, it is actually on YouTube as well. So I'll just post a link to that. So it's a short animated movie. It goes for about 21 minutes. There we go. So there's a link to the actual Assassin's Creed Embers animated movie. And doing this kind of thing, there was such a great potential for them to do more and focus on different characters. I just really wish they sunk their teeth into that. After kind of baffling people haven't seen Embers. I guess it's just, I don't know. You know, the only reason I knew about it was because back when this game came out, I think there was something I saw that mentioned it. So I made sure to watch it. But yeah, if you're playing the original version of Assassin's Creed Revelations, it's not actually included. It's only in the Ezio Collection version that they included it. Lucky, well damn, currently on nights at the minute with work, so that's definitely something to occupy for a bit. Oh, nice, Lucky, cool. Yeah, it's really well done. Definitely recommend people check it out when you can. Upgrade and explore. Ezio's equipment is not in good condition. Explore Galata District and upgrade his equipment.
most distinguished...
I have a great friends. Why not shop with me? I have some of the best equipment in all the district.
Praise the heavens! We feared we had lost our mentor to the vices of the big city.
I am content with my own vices, grazie.
So, what's on your mind, Ezio?
Tell me more about the Templars. You call them Byzantines. Yet the Byzantine Empire was overthrown 60 years ago.
These men are remnants of a line loyal to the cause of the last emperor, Constantine XI. Who leads them now, however? I cannot say.
Capisco. I suppose it is up to me to find out.
Ezio, where is your hook blade?
My hook blade?
You've never seen one? I grew up using these.
Show me how it works.
The hook blade. Follow Yusuf to learn how to use your new hook blade. I need to learn what the two components are for this weapon. But Yusuf will tell us.
Think of the hook blade as an extension of yourself, Ezio.
Here, come on.
You think I cannot make this one? Didn't break a sweat!
Come, we must hurry. At his age, how does he do that?
Watch and learn, Ezio. We call this a hook and run. Sprint at your opponent, and just as you reach him, use the hook blade to slip by. Shahane! Harika!
It's so funny how you can even do that to your ally characters. Grab them and then actually throw them.
The standard Ottoman hook blade has two parts, you see. The hook and the blade. So you can use one or the other. An elegant design. How about a bigger challenge?
Va bene, let's go.
Like, you kind of miss this style of AC game too, where you just have one vast city to explore, as opposed to a massive open world. Yeah, and what that does too, is it means that the story also has to be really, really focused to keep it within that city. But at the same time, there are ways to expand it a little bit so that you have the character going to a different location. Like, I mean, when you think about it, you've got 3 different locations overall that Ezio goes to in this. You've got Masyaf, and then you've got Constantinople, and then you've got Cappadocia as well. So you've got those 3 different locations. But the focus of the story is still really, really strong and laser focused as well. And I think the problem with the newer games in being massive open world is that by the nature of doing a massive open world, you're having to come up with ways to make things interesting, except a lot of Ubisoft's issues is they just basically go, how about we just basically throw collectibles everywhere and then use that to fill up people's time traveling from one spot to the next. You know what I mean? Afro Hookblade has 2 components, the hook and the blade. Truly big brain. Absolutely. I mean, who would have guessed that something called the hook blade had a hook and a blade combined to make the hook blade? I would have thought it would be called a hook blade because when you actually looked at it, it was in the shape of a hook, and you could also use it to eat food with. I didn't realize it was actually, something like this. So I'm glad that Yusuf was able to teach me that it's actually a hook and a blade that's been combined. The view from Galata. Ezio is now the proud owner of an Ottoman hook blade and needs a bit of training to master it. Training Yusuf is more than happy to provide.
Having fun? That's right. Let the hook blade do the work. İşte böyle. Throw yourself into it. Welcome to Constantine, Ezio, the crossroads of the world. Many generations of men have ruled the city, but they have never subdued her. She always bounces back.
It seems a fine place to call home.
It is. Race you to the bottom?
So another little change that they made, whenever you would actually get to a viewpoint in Assassin's Creed 1, 2 and Brotherhood, on the Xbox you would actually press the Y button and then the character would synchronize on the viewpoint. In this game though, they decided to make it the pushing into the left control stick to actually do it. Just another example of a little tiny tweak to the button outline, what's the word I'm looking for? The button setup, whatever you want to call it. Like everywhere in the earlier game makes absolutely sense as to why you're there. You agree that some places you will only ever go if you want to collect things with the newer games. You generally spent hours just riding around the edge of the map in Valhalla just to see if there was any hidden things. Utter waste of time, but the curiosity and need to collect stuff took over. Yeah, the thing about a game like Valhalla, but also Origins as well, is that you have like these vast areas that are good to have because they help fill out the actual fact that the country that you're in has those elements to it. You know what I mean? So for example, in Origins, it makes sense that there's deserts. You know what I mean? Like if they did a game set in Egypt and there was no desert, especially in a game that's modern, it'd be kind of like, where's the desert area that we can explore? You know, so I am glad that they put it into Origins. I can understand how some people don't like the fact that there's lots of areas with desert in that game, but I think being able to actually fast travel once you unlock it really helps in that regard, because then you don't have to traverse all that way. You don't have to go out that way, you know what I mean? But in any case, Valhalla, with all the areas that you go to, I know that those world events are in there, but sometimes it'd be good to have like a long, like for example, in Red Dead Redemption 2, you have these stranger missions. Some of them are go here, do this, but there's also ones that have so many different parts to it that happens as you go through the story. So I think it would have been better in Valhalla if there were world events that at one point in the story you'd go to a character and they'd have some problem or there'd be something going on. You'd help them, but then later in the main story, once you got to a certain point, you would unlock another quest with that same character and something different's happening, you know. And as you go through the main game, more would be added to that. I think doing something like that would have been really good, because then it makes you wonder, okay, what's going to happen next with that character? Especially if you start leaving those missions on kind of cliffhangers. Like you might have a quest where the character needs your help and you go in and do what they need done, but then when you return to them, they've been kidnapped. But because the character at that point doesn't know where they've been taken to, you would have to wait until you had gotten past a certain point in the main story, and then they'd unlock the next part of that quest line where you actually rescue the person who was kidnapped, you know, and so on and so forth. Hookblade made parkour so much fun in this game too. It really did, yeah. Especially fun too when you're doing those leaps across great distances. It just feels really fun and cool when Ezio uses the hook blade to both latch onto the edge but then lift himself up with, you know. It was just really, really cool. Adds so much to it. And Chubak Shakur, thank you so much for the follow. I like the name, by the way, too. Lucky, more like a side storyline rather than a standalone side quest. Yeah, Lucky, you know, something like that. Still have some standalone ones, but also have ones that have a lot of parts to them to keep you sort of like interested in wanting to seek them out again and find them.
I am impressed, Yusuf. My brothers in Roma would like this.
Just give credit where it is due.
Yusuf, çabuk buraya gel.
Huh?
An attack on two fronts, Galata and the Grand Bazaar.
Every day, the same bad news. How is your appetite for swordplay?
I do what I must.
Good man.
I like that. How he goes, I do what I must. Advanced tactics. Word has reached Yusuf that the Templars are attacking two separate assassin dens. Follow Yusuf while he conceives a plan.
Oh, it's a novel way to get about, I suppose.
When he tires of running, an assassin must take to the air. Watch. A Templar scout. And another there. Watch this. Assassin! Help! Time to part company. I'll head to the bazaar. You stay here. Do you see that tower?
Si. The Galata Den.
Evet. I can't be in two places at once, but with you here, I don't have to be. Haydi rastgele.
What's he doing?
Keep my head down and avoid them! Rabbit, if you spare me, I will sacrifice two god sisters!
Well done. This is more fun than sitting right on top of him.
Bunebuk, Sheriff Usta. Is Yusuf with you?
An attack in this city demands his attention. What is our situation?
We beat back the Vanguard, but they are sure to send more troops.
Are your men ready for another fight?
They are now.
Drake, so you looked at the way Jack the Ripper kills his enemies. Man, he is relentless. AC Syndicate version. He is, yeah. He is very brutal, very quick as well. And he'd have a lot of power behind his attacks as well. On the defense, the Templars are preparing to attack the Galata Assassin Den. Lead your fellow assassins in this defense. So, I'm not really a big fan of den defense games, but in this game, I actually don't mind doing it. And another thing about these is I like the music that actually plays during these den defense missions.
Make your stand there. Make your stand there. Hold that point for me. Make your stand there. Secure that point. I need you to hold that point. Secure that point. Make your stand there. Hold there. Hold that point for me. Secure that point. Hold that point for me. Hold there. Defend that area. I'm going back to
There we go. So that's the one that the game forces you to do as part of the story. There are benefits to making sure that you actually do more den defense. However, if you can put up with not having those benefits, then there's no real need to do any of these apart from this first one. Hey Zaius, welcome on in, dude. You just finished your replay of AC Unity, including the final strand. Well, that's awesome that you did. That's excellent. Are you doing the DLC as well? Drake, even with the butter knife, he can take down a lot of guards, even more to count. Yeah, I mean, that, and he could probably grab enemies and just, break their necks as well. Afro, the best piece of music in this game is the tune that plays when Ezio lights up the tower. Yeah, that's really cool as well. Yeah. Such great music in this game. Jesper Kidd and Lorne Balfe did such an amazing job with the music they did for this game. So it's in no ways a perfect game, and after back-to-backing AC2 and Brotherhood, in some ways it definitely feels like a step back, while taking a lot of individual steps forward. Arno was a great character. What a tragedy that guy's life overall. The broad strokes of the story was a highlight. The relationship with Elise, it's good that the final chapter ends hopeful for him. You went and checked out the memories for your first time ever, between the music and the bust of Elise from the final sequence, all the feels. You did the final DNA strand. You feel it's sort of just the end of the game, all things considered. Oh, I see what you mean now, Zaius. Yep, so you're including that as, like, that's what you mean by the final strand. I gotcha. The final strand of, like, DNA in the sequence. Because that's sequence 13, the Dead Kings DLC. Yeah. I also like the letters that you can actually read that are acted by Elise as well. So I thought that was really, really good.
Send word if the Templars regroup. I will be with Yusuf at the Grand Bazaar Den.
Take a ferry across the Halij. It's the fastest way to the peninsula.
Afro, Dead Kings was kind of dumb and boring, not gonna lie. That's fair enough to think that. Yeah, I actually like it. I like the idea that Arno is going after an artifact. It adds a little bit of adventure feel to what he's doing. And I also love how he's very jaded and cynical based on what he's gone through in the main game. And I like that it's through the eyes of Leon, who's only a kid, but he has this really strong desire to make sure that he's fighting for the people, you know, and Leon really, really wants to make a difference. Even though he's really young, he still wants to make a difference and, you know, basically be a hero and all that type of stuff. And Arno's very cynical, and he's kind of like, you know, there's no point, Leon, you know, you'll only end up, you know, disappointed and, you know, all that type of stuff. So I like how Arno changes his tune and he decides to not leave France and go to Egypt. He instead decides to stay in France, you know. And what could have happened after that, we'll never know, but I like to think that when Leon went back to Paris, like I imagine Arno adopting Leon, just like Arno was adopted by de la Serre. You know, I could see him doing that, and Leon becoming an assassin later on. But I love that moment at the end where Arno is like, I will kill, you know, the target, for I am an assassin. And the way he says it lets you know that he really does believe in the hopefulness aspect of being an assassin, you know what I mean? And that it's his duty as an assassin. So the whole game was kind of dumb and boring, was it? Yeah, I don't know. It's fair to think that, because obviously not everyone's going to love every game that exists. Afro, you prefer base Unity and novel. Still haven't read the novel, although I don't read much that much anymore, so I'd probably just have to either listen to an audio version, which, you know, I haven't even listened to any of those before. I don't know if it makes the reading, like, I don't know if it makes the story go any quicker. So as you think it can't end on Elise dying. The franchise leaves France and goes to Egypt though, lol. The music right now in Revelations is beautiful. Did you make a mistake skipping Revelations? Do you think any problems in the final DLC, DNA Strand, were in the main game throughout as well? Yeah, I mean, I think it's tragic that she dies, but it's also to showcase the fact that Arno wanted to make sure that no one else that he cared for died, and he failed. And that's part of the reason why he feels so jaded and cynical in Dead Kings.
What does he want, no idiot? His brains must be scrambled.
Afro, he did went to Egypt, but later in life there is a side mission in Unity where you have to recover an Egyptian stone with some inscription on the assassins. Oh, okay, so he visits Egypt but doesn't move there to live for the rest of his life though. Because that's what I think he wanted to do when he was wanting to leave France, was to live in Egypt. On the attack. The Galata Den is now secure, but Yusuf has not returned from his fight. Go to the Imperial North Den near the bazaar to find him.
Ezio! Come meet my new friends!
Stop him!
You fight like a man late for his own wedding.
See, by about 25 years.
I was too late to save the bazaar then, unfortunately. But now that my army has doubled in size, we'll take it back together. This way! When the Templars take control of a district, they flaunt their presence. Hanging banners, extorting the merchants. It's a constant battle to keep them at bay. And they rub our noses in every victory.
They are quite bold. Why does the Sultan tolerate this?
Sultan Bayezid is far away, Ezio. Warring with his son Selim, many Fersa northwest of the city. He has been away for years, at least since the earthquake, and maybe even before. He is blind to all this turmoil.
Ah, but your eyes are open, see?
Hem defal, Tashigibi. Believe it.
Careful there.
Release me at once! Please, God, let me leave.
Have you
Please,
lost your
God,
mind?
let me leave.
Be gone from here.
Too many to engage directly.
I am not confident a smoke bomb will help us here.
Smoke bomb? Ezio, it's time you Italians joined the 16th century. These do not obscure. They distract.
What was that?
Let's check it out.
That didn't sound...
You see? They can't resist. Let's move.
You are full of surprises today.
Crafting explosives is a new hobby. One we borrowed from the Chinese and have taken to with great passion.
You will have to teach me.
Who is the mentor here, Ezio? I'm beginning to wonder.
İstediğin kadar ağla.
Düşünüyorsan bir de annemi gör, ondan sonra konuş.
Abinin
O benim kadar anlaşılır.
Your turn. Make me proud.
You bear! That was some bang!
There they go. Hurry, we're nearly there. This is another of our many dens, taken by Templars, as you can see. Somewhere among this rabble is a Templar captain. Kill him, then climb the tower and light our signal fire. This warns the Templars that it is time to pack up and go.
Bene. You create a distraction. I will send them home.
Afro, you know you can actually swim between the two islands. That's right, you can. I also know that in this game you actually can play as Altair at certain points. 25 years too late, Sag. It's like, damn it. Hippie, if you were a guard back in the days and they made you stand on rooftops, you would probably take your gun, hide on a ship and get yourself out of that kingdom and be like, fuck this. I don't blame you. A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Hippie, something about the mission transitions in Revelations throws you off. I might know what you mean. I don't exactly know, but there are some moments in the Ezio Trilogy games where you will actually start the memory, you'll finish it, and then when it segues into the next thing, there's kind of like an overlapping thing that happens. Lucky, right, well now you need an entire Lord of the Rings and Hobbit with Gandalf voiced by Arnie. Could you have imagined if that was actually the case? Like, fly, you fools. Speak friend, and then enter. Sauron, you son of a bitch.
Ezio, over here. Whenever the Templars commandeer one of our dens, they leave a captain in charge. Search the area carefully, and you might see him strutting about like a peacock. Use those legendary senses of yours, Ezio, and scan the streets. You'll find our target.
Don't let him get away! I'm getting out of here!
After him! Hurry! Don't kill me, please!
What do you think?
Hold up there! Don't kill me, please!
Things aren't like they used to be.
The beastie move!
I'm not part of it.
Robbing the dead is abominable corruption. Yazıklar olsun.
How dare you defy the departed? No, Yorbe. The dead are violated.
Definitely make sure you loot the main target you had to kill, because you get 947 from looting him. And if you're not really that worried about the bomb mechanics in this game, any recipes and resources you collect, you can actually sell them once you unlock the ability at Piri Reyes. Afro, speaking of Altair, his outfit in this game is so good. It's the most accurate version outside of AC1, obviously. It really is. I like how they made him look in this game, and by this point in the series, they took out the fact that Altair and Ezio have the same face model as Desmond. Harbinger, imagine Arnold as Gandalf. You shall not pass, and he unloads his machine gun on the Balrog. Yeah. And then the Balrog just, you know, falls down to its death. Lucky, I just want to see an absolutely jacked Gandalf. You wouldn't part an old man from his walking stick as his walking block of stone. Exactly, they wouldn't even try. They'd just be like, yep, go on in. I don't mind. After every other version, Altair's outfit in other games, his rank 1 version, when he loses most of his gear. Yeah, that's actually something that some are like... that's silly how he loses things like the ability to counterattack. Surely he would still remember how to counterattack. But I think that's more of a gameplay thing than an actual Altair thing, you know what I mean? Harbinger, behold, I am not Gandalf the Grey, whom you betrayed, I am Arnold the White, who has returned from death. You have no colour now, and I cast you from the Order and from the Council. That'd be epic. Arnold Schwarzenegger in Lord of the Rings. Subvet, hello to you. Thank you so much for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed character quote. Thank you so much. How's things been going? I hope things are going well. I like this music too. It's very relaxing. Okay, so I have a random Assassin's Creed character quote. It's actually from a character that I don't quote very often, but I do really like the character. Daughter, only 2 people can call me that. You banished one and sacrificed the other. Foxglove, you killed my father with your care and your tonic. Why? Because he never truly loved you? And Jeanne, my mother, you stole her child, sent her away. You kept her enslaved even after my father had freed her, and now you attempt to return me to that fate. So that is Aveline from Assassin's Creed Liberation. Lucky they have a cave troll. Oh no, it's just Gandalf. Exactly. And it'd be like, we don't have to worry about the whole big army of the Uruk-hai. Arnold will just mow them all down, you know.
I'm seeing very strange activity in the Animus.
Oh?
The CPU should be fairly idle, but the system monitor is spiking regularly, sometimes as high as 85%.
Is it serious?
I'm not sure. Desmond's signs are stable.
Well, if there isn't a problem, let's not try to fix anything.
Fair enough. God, I need a drink.
Desmond, think about this. What if I went with you?
With me? Where?
It could work. Just for a while. Until I found a way out. Another body, maybe, or I don't know. I don't want to be here anymore.
That's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
No. I guess I had my chance. And I wasted it.
No, you didn't, Clay. If Lucy actually helped you and did what she was supposed to do, then you would have been fine.
Were they close? Desmond and Lucy? I mean, closer than friends?
Well, there was the occasional misty-eyed moment, but,
She liked him, Bill. That's what she told me.
Interesting.
that's it? Just interesting?
I spent a lot of time training each of them when they were younger. She was a remarkable woman. And I just find this whole situation quite sad.
Sad? Are you finally getting soft on us, Bill?
Afro, if you compare, say, the Altair outfit in Valhalla versus in Revelations, you'll see many differences. No gloves in Valhalla version, different boots, no dagger and holster, etc. This tune right here, this techno kind of tune, is a banger. It really is. Yeah, the music in this game, like, it's one of the best in the series. But yeah, that's something I need to check, because I don't really look at things in that much detail, but that's interesting that there's that's that much of a difference. Lucky they just stick Arnie Gandalf by the gates of Minas Tirith, the wolf head would have just crumbled. Well, it truly would have been that kind of situation. Yeah, but you need someone at Ubisoft to steal their game development engine, then you'll make your own Assassin's Creed. Well, the funny thing is, I'm surprised that no major studio has actually even done a game that attempts to do a really in-depth, as realistic as possible, as advanced as possible parkour system that has ever been in any game yet. You know what I mean? Because there's certainly a lot of examples that Ubisoft have given over the years of what to do with parkour in a game and what not to do with parkour in a game. You know what I mean? So I'm surprised that there hasn't been a big major game that has parkour at that extent. Because we've got games that have parkour in it, obviously. You know, like Mirror's Edge, for example. But I mean a really highly advanced form of parkour mechanics that is almost as if you're literally watching someone in real life do the parkour. Not you're watching a character model who, you know, looks like that they're doing the moves, but they're not doing it realistically. You know what I mean? I don't know to the extent that they've done motion capture in the series with scaling stuff in Assassin's Creed, but obviously there'd be examples of performance capture that's really, really more realistic. But I guess what I'm saying is Assassin's Creed has lost the uniqueness of their parkour system now, and it's more streamlined and basic. It's almost as close as possible to a non-Assassin's Creed game's jumping and climbing mechanics. You know what I mean? Which is nothing wrong with those kinds of mechanics, but Assassin's Creed set itself apart from being able to scale buildings Whereas in other games, you couldn't reach the top of a building unless there were other ledges and other rooftops that you could actually jump up from the ground and actually reach. You know what I mean? So Ubisoft uses their own private engine called Snowdrop, unlike publicly usable game engines like Unreal Engine or Unity Engine. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. There'd be so many of those game engines.
Claudia, Constantinople, called Istanbul by the Turks, has welcomed me as one of its own. The assassins here, led by an affable fighter named Yusuf, take great pride in their city. A place as diverse and colorful as one could imagine. But it is a troubled city too. A rebellious faction of Byzantine Templars still fights to retain influence. And their recent attacks have delayed my search for the Masyaf keys. But this will not last. As soon as I am able, I will begin looking for Nicolo Polo's former trading post, in search of clues that will bring me nearer to the Masyaf keys. How did we do?
We have won the day and recovered our den. But we lost a few friends in this fight.
So much death for so little gain.
You have some experience recruiting new assassins, do you not?
More than a little.
The people here are quite sick of these Templar attacks. Can you turn on your charms and find us a few more recruits?
See, but this den will not do for training them. Not this soon.
A good point. Speak with one of my men in Galata after you are finished. He can help you begin their training.
Alrighty then, so we have new items unlocked at blacksmiths, at tailor shops, but none of that is what I'm interested in this playthrough. What I want to see
I heard your brother is now administration.
I was saying in the previous stream that I did today, which was Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, I'd love to see a remake of an Assassin's Creed game but done as a Super Nintendo game. I actually played the PC version of it. And then when Prince of Persia 3D came out in 1999, I played a little bit of it, but I never finished it. And while I couldn't get the 1999 game to actually work last year, I played the port that they did for it in 2000 for the Dreamcast. And I thought it was actually pretty good for the first 3D Prince of Persia game they ever did. It's very much in the vein of old school Tomb Raider. I'd say though that there's definitely a lot of stuff that, even though it came out 3 years after the original Tomb Raider does some things much better than that game does. But overall, I thought it was quite good. But not on the level of Sands of Time though. Sands of Time is definitely a game I'd say is better than Prince of Persia 3D. But I really thought the third Prince of Persia game, because that was the same prince from the first two games. I really felt that the third Prince of Persia game, it has an interesting story and everything, but it's not actually what Jordan Mechner, who created Prince of Persia, actually wanted to do for the third game. Because the second game kind of ends on a cliffhanger, introducing a potential villain that would have been in a third Prince of Persia if Jordan Mechner's plans had been realized, but they went in a different direction. So it's the same prince, it's the same princess, but that villain that was introduced at the end of the second game before it is nowhere to be seen and doesn't get mentioned. So yeah, that's a bit of an overview of some of the earlier Prince of Persia titles. Hippie, you missed when the first game started, like, your Desmond Miles Q thriller music. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like that kind of thing. And the older Assassin's Creed games, like, the present day story would end in one game, and then the next game would pick up directly where it left off. So you really felt like you were watching... Well, you really felt like you were playing the equivalent of a series, where each episode ends, and then the next episode picks up where the last one left off, you know. And then you'd be hyped for the next story. You'd be like, well, what's going to happen next? You know. And especially when you had characters like Ezio, it was kind of like, I wonder what's going to happen next to Ezio. You know. And it's a shame that he's the only character in the series that has actually gotten multiple games in a row, because there's definitely been characters since he was first introduced that would have also benefited from more than one game as well, but Ubisoft didn't do more than one game with them. Lucky Origins tombs were perfect. The sheer excitement of going into the pyramids was amazing. It was. Plus, going through those corridors, having Bayek crouch down and going through them with a lit torch. Just the atmosphere and everything like that in those was really cool. Plus, talking about the pyramids, it was also cool to actually slide down them. That was really, really fun. Ezio has now gone into a Castlevania game. Just kidding. The Impaler's Tomb. In 1485, Count Vlad III Tepes of Wallachia was slain in a battle against the Ottomans. Wanting proof, Bayezid II ordered that Vlad's head be brought to the city and locked away. Explore the Sultan's dungeons and locate the final resting place of Vlad the Impaler Tepes. Hey there, Rosie. Creed game starring Uncle Mario when... Yeah, they could have done that too. You know. Apart from Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, you actually find information telling you about how Mario actually got that scar across his eye. Lucky, the exploration mode was a fantastic adage. Literally did a whole coursework assignment at uni on the discovery mode of Origins. That's awesome that you're able to use that as a resource. That's awesome, because I quite liked it. It took me a few years to actually get to the point where I fit it into the stream schedule, But I was actually really happy that I did the Discovery Tour in Origins. I also did it in Odyssey as well, but haven't yet done it in Valhalla. And again, we have some classic Assassin's Creed 1 music. I love this sword. The finishing kill move with it is actually so awesome too. There's an example of what it looks like. Hey there, Rosie. Press B midair to what? Double jump. Yeah, so when there's actually something that you can hang off and swing on, in this game with the hook blade that Ezio has, which is on, well, his right hand, but on the screen it's on the left side, the hook blade, and on those things that you can normally swing around corners on, if you actually use the hook blade as you go near it, you'll actually do an extension jump. Lucky, yeah, you did a module that was basically around the modern age's obsession with Egyptology, and you got to choose a modern source and dive into how it portrays ancient Egypt and how it can be used in an educational sense. The discovery mode was perfect for it. It absolutely was. Like, that's awesome that you're able to use it, because it really fit not only the setting that, you know, you had to look at, but also in a way that was very modern in how it sort of like showcased that information. Rosie, so Ezio is old now, last one. Yeah, he's I think he's about 57 in this game. I could be wrong though, but he's definitely a lot older than he was in Assassin's Creed 2. And this is the final Ezio game that they did. They didn't do any more games with him after this point. Ezio, old, but still very fit, just like your favorite, Arnie. I see Ezio at the gym every day, all day, 24/7. Thanks for redeeming that, hippie. Plus we get 1,000 for doing that tomb, so that's also a good incentive to do it. I will be doing other tombs in the playthrough, but probably not in this stream. I want to focus more on the story. But I did that one now because I wanted to get the sword.
Damn. Where is he going like that?
Hold on. That one is very familiar.
You are not allowed up here. We'll get him.
Isn't that dangerous?
What?
Not a...
Someone will get hurt.
Wishes to enlist all men capable of bearing arms in a new district-wide militia. Prince Salim has apparently fled to Kefe. News is scarce at this time, but there are unconfirmed reports of soldiers emerging on his position. It is feared he raises an army there to rejoin battle with his mighty father.
If only Aunt Fonda could see this. Foolish. He hurt himself.
You get your letter.
The Empire are to report to Evernest. There to rejoin the Sultan.
Is there a reason for this move?
You will not escape.
Looks like another dull one, huh, boys? Why don't we go bother the
For the benefit of the stewards of Byzantium garrison in the quarter, all citizens are expected to do their part.
Aha! Get him!
the guard! There is a killer! Where are the guards? Get out of here!
Sister, we all sacrificed too!
Yes! Alright! You win! There! Help!
And that is why I love getting the Vlad Tepes sword. Some really cool kill moves there, especially when you see it in slow motion. I'm glad that in Assassin's Creed 3 they carried that through as well. But in Assassin's Creed 3, all the fighting animations that you see were completely done from the ground up for that game. So they're different to the games before that. Plus the idea in this game that you have two wheels. You have your primary weapon wheel and your secondary one. In Assassin's Creed 3, it wouldn't be shown like this, but Connor would have things that you could select on the left and on the right as well. And now that we're in this screen, I knew I had this as a shortcut for that, but I didn't notice it actually doing anything when I would press it. Hey there, Spirit. I hope things are going good. You enjoyed your revelation? Yeah, this is such a great game. It's also another game in the series that I always look forward to. Every time I finish it, I look forward to replaying it again.
Great. Another lunatic.
Hippie, imagine being 57 and being this badass. Yeah, doing all these moves.
What's that into him? Why are you here? Get down!
I mean, this might be considered a spoiler for Assassin's Creed Embers, but you wait and see some of the stuff that Ezio can do at 65, which isn't on the level of what he can do in this game, but he can still very much fight back when attacked. I love doing that one.
Language fails to offer a meaning.
You've seen Embers, Hippie? Such a great movie, isn't it? I wish they did more of those.
What an idiot.
I love this dialogue here. Ezio basically says to this dude, wait here. And then the guy's like, obviously, or something along those lines. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, when Caterina Sforza is actually in prison, Ezio says something similar to her, where it's just like, wait here until I get back. And then she's like, obviously, because she's locked up. How is she actually going to go anywhere? So they kind of do a throwback to that with this dude.
Are you a compassionate man, Effendi? Can you help me? That I stole fruit from a vendor, I will not deny. But only because my hunger has trumped my honesty. Bring me the key to these chains, and I will repay you tenfold.
The prisoner. A man has been arrested for stealing food. Show him some mercy.
Wait right here.
Obviously. Harga. Reckless.
Cowardly ways. We must find these vile agents of the evil.
Another stranger. That
Well,
one
that
looks
one.
familiar. That cloak. Wait a minute. That
That's
one
an
looks
enemy.
familiar.
Call the watch!
I'm not part of
Please
it.
don't let me live. Please don't let me leave. Assassin! Somebody stop him! Get out of here!
Rosie, you only stole food for the same reason everyone steals food. I mean, fair enough, I guess, but it's one of those sort of like moral questions as well. When you think about it, it's like, if someone is starving and they really need something to eat,
Murder!
does it really hurt if they go to a shop and, you know, well, I mean, I'm just putting this forth as a moral observation, not as a go out and do this or anything like that, but it's kind of like, should someone be punished severely for stealing food if it's a really dire situation? Like, if they investigate and see, well, shit, you know, this person was destitute and they're malnourished and they really needed something to eat, you know.
Oh, that's certainly not a common sight.
But then again, there's also the viewpoint of, if they do it once, what's not to say they're not going to keep doing it, and how far do you indulge that behavior before you actually do punishments, you know?
You humble me, Effendim. I will return to the merchant I robbed and show him the same kindness.
After you have cleared your conscience, amigo, consider joining our cause. To be an honest man, one needs honest work.
I would be honored. Saulo.
I'm getting out of here!
Holy shit!
Time to go. Mercy! God preserve me. I have done nothing. Death cannot defend themselves, eh? Death comes, assassin!
Look here!
Run for your lives!
I'm Lanet! I'm getting out of here!
I am not involved.
So we got 1,379 from looting that enemy that tries to assassinate you. So it's definitely worth looting those enemies.
Evil Fajir, your soul be
And that was something that they added in this game. Although, in Brotherhood, you can actually get attacked randomly by thieves. And if you kill them and loot them, you get some good rewards.
heretic, blasphemer, sinner.
But the thing about these ones is that they are one person and they specifically target Ezio and they sneak up on him. You do actually you can hear some whispering sounds in the soundtrack when one of them is near, but if you're actually too occupied doing something else, you might actually get attacked. You don't die, it's not like they kill you in one hit if they get you, but it is satisfying when you basically fuck them up by killing them instead when they try to kill Ezio. Whereas the law in its majestic equality forbids the rich and poor alike to steal loaves of bread. Yeah. Well, this is the other thing too, and it goes back to so long ago even if you look at characters like Robin Hood, this idea of the rich having too much, so why not take some of what they have to give to those who have nothing? And especially if it's like someone who is rich and has all this stuff, but they're very antagonistic towards anyone who isn't rich. you know. Okay, so let's just swim across this whole water here. It's not as fast traveling there on the boat. Okay, so Ezio has 6,845, so that's going well. It doesn't really matter if I don't get the crossbow in this playthrough, but if I definitely have enough money in this game to get it, I will get it. But it costs a lot more in this game. In Brotherhood, it doesn't cost as much to get it. I've always thought it'd be interesting to do a playthrough of one of these games, with the exception of Assassin's Creed 1, because you're already dealing with a game where you're forced to do a type of playthrough, but one where you actually can't swim. In Assassin's Creed 1, for those that don't know, you can't actually swim. If you jump into the water, you die. But in Assassin's Creed 2, that came out 2 years after, you can actually swim. And the character that you play as in each game since then, since Assassin's Creed 2, has been able to swim. So in those games where the main character can swim, doing a challenge playthrough where you're not allowed to swim. There will be exceptions, of course, because sometimes you're in a mission where the character might jump into the water as part of the cutscene and then you are in the water when it goes back to gameplay, but probably combining it with a different challenge would actually make a bit more sense, maybe. So I'll just go over this for people curious. One of your assassins has gained enough experience to lead one of your assassin dens. Den leaders can progress to the rank of Master Assassin after performing unique missions with you. Once assigned as a den leader, that assassin will be linked permanently to that den, so choose wisely. So essentially what it's saying here is, when you have a den leader and they get to the rank of Master Assassin, the process of them getting to Master Assassin doesn't take as long as it does other regular recruits. And we only have one person that we can assign anyway, at this point in the story. For this playthrough I won't be doing all of them, except for this one that the game wants you to do because it's actually part of the story. All the other ones though, I won't actually be doing that in this playthrough, but I will be in my annual playthrough of this, which will be happening probably, I estimate it'll take me probably a month and a half to get through Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 in Brotherhood, because in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, for my annual playthrough, I'll also be doing more than just the story, and same with Assassin's Creed 1, I'll actually be collecting all 420 flags in the game. The Sentinel, Part 1. This apprentice is concerned about some suspicious activity in this district. Hear what he has to say.
Mentor, we have a problem. A great many assassins have disappeared in recent months, and I believe I know why.
Disappeared? Do you mean they have been killed?
I fear so, but there is no time to explain. Hide in the park west of here, and wait for me to arrive. You shall see for yourself.
with the stewards. Rout the killers. Make them pay. Whoever these mad assassins may be.
Madness lurks everywhere.
Sharpen your senses. There is a danger here I do not fully understand. You keep watch, and I will have a look around. I do not like the look of this.
Follow that man! Only a guilty man runs with such speed! And only a fool stops to fight!
I have nothing to do with it!
All that training and this is the best you can do. Come on, not good. Back. Leave now.
Are you injured?
My pride is wounded, and now my heart is heavy. That man, his name is Vari. He was an assassin once.
He has obvious skill, and a score to settle.
Evet, until that man is caught or killed, I fear none of us will be safe in this city.
And until you are properly trained, I will not let you go head-to-head with a killer as deadly as this man. Let us focus on further honing your skills first.
Oh, the stench. Wow.
So the Mediterranean. Sorry, I'll start again. The Mediterranean defense feature allows you to send assassins to perform missions in cities throughout the Mediterranean region. You can undermine the Templars by freeing these cities from their influence. When a city has been reclaimed, the assassins will establish a permanent presence there. This will unlock options to help develop it and make it prosper. Templar agents, however, will attempt to retake their lost cities and may even launch a massive attack if you are not careful to maintain your influence over the city. So this part of the game just shows you the system where you send your assassin recruits on missions. Once they're sent on a mission, that particular assassin won't be available to actually use in gameplay if you want to have an assassin appear and assassinate someone for you, or just help you in a fight. When you get enough assassin recruits, in this game you'll also unlock the Arrow Storm ability like you could in Brotherhood. And when you're sending assassins on missions, once you've unlocked the Arrow Storm ability, if you send too many assassins away on missions and it reduces how many assassins give you the Arrow Storm, then you won't actually be able to do the Arrow Storm ability anymore. You need to have the meter for the Arrow Storm filled up to 3, and that depends on how many assassin recruits you have left that aren't put on missions that are actually available, and then that way you'll still be able to do the Arrow Storm. And it tells you the odds of success. Now you can still succeed if it says 90, for example, but I definitely wouldn't try to send assassins on a mission if the success rate doesn't go over 85, just to be safe. It's probably best to either have 90 or 95 or 100% odds of success. But in this character's case, they've got 100% on their own.
Another source into God. Do you find?
That cannot be good.
Please have pity, sir. You do not.
Once we unlock Pirileus, I'll be able to actually sell the bomb ingredients that Ezio has. And that's a good way in this game to make money.
That is most unusual. It will not happen again, Ethan.
In this game, they actually added some activities that you can do where someone might need help carrying crates somewhere.
For such a recklessness.
Well, for once, I'm speechless.
Any act I've ever seen.
Any damage?
Not that I can see. Byzantine Templars may be bad hosts, but are decent tenants. Once they capture a location, they like to keep it intact.
Because they intend to stay.
Que sin lincle. Well, as promised, if you want to learn how to craft your own bombs, I can show you. Don't touch that. One wrong move and bang! The building comes down.
Are you serious?
The look on your face! Here, I'll show you.
I love Yusuf's sense of humor. Bomb crafting. The assassins now have control of the Imperial North Den and Yusuf is at ease. Learn more about bomb crafting before setting out. So this is a feature that Assassin's Creed Mirage is apparently bringing back, is the use of different kinds of bombs in gameplay. Hippie, you're a Sikh. by religion, and your places of worship are known for offering free food. It's been there since the foundation, a place where people rich and poor sit down and eat food generally made in a kitchen, where people can offer to help cook. The food is vegetarian because meat is not allowed inside, but you can eat as much as you want. Generally includes flatbread, rice, lentil curry. You think one of your most famous temples serves 100,000 plus people per day? That is a lot of people. That is great to have a place like that, though. And as someone who does eat meat, and isn't a vegetarian, that still is a great idea because, hey, I also like food that isn't meat, so having a place where you could actually go and have food that is free, like that would be cool. Harbinger, the hidden city in Tomb Raider is so big, you have spent like 4 hours and you had a 50% completion for that area. It really is, Harbinger. It does sound like that you're really enjoying that, so that's cool that you're enjoying the exploration of it. And have you heard this a lot yet? Machanta, machanta, machanta, machanta, machanta, machanta, machanta, machanta, machanta, machanta. Because that happens a lot in that city.
We craft our bombs from a combination of 3 parts: the shell, the gunpowder, and the primary ingredient. Sometimes we add a few extras too, for fun. But we'll come to that later. For now, focus on these elements.
I'm beginning to get the itch to sail again. I like it here, but I miss the open sea. I think I'll join the next merchantman bound for home and go from there. What just blew up?
You'll find many ingredients for bomb recipes scattered throughout the city. So keep your eyes open and your nose to the ground as you move about.
That should keep me busy. Grazie, Yusuf. Have you ever seen this book?
No. It's a journal?
Si.
The Secret Crusade by Niccolo Polo. Marco's father?
I found this on a Templar in Masyaf. It mentions the 5 keys to Altair's library. Niccolo brought them here and hid them.
Ah, and the Templars know this, so it's a race against time.
They found one already, beneath Topkapi. I want to recover it and find the other 4.
So, where will you begin?
The old Polo trading post, I think. They ran a business in this area, no?
I believe so. Speak with a man named Piri Reis in the bazaar. He can point you in the right direction. And teach you a few more bomb recipes, if you are so inclined.
Okay, so the mentioning there of The Secret Crusade by Niccolo Polo is really cool because it's also what the novel is called, which actually covers the events of Assassin's Creed 1, as well as Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, as well as the moments in this game where we play as Altair. Combines all together from start to finish, and that's called The Secret Crusade. So it's an actual book that you can read. So I think it's cool that in the game they made it that that's also the name of the book that Niccolo Polo actually wrote. And it's also tied into the fact that they actually met Altair when he was much, much older, and they basically became assassins, and they brought that book here to Constantinople and all that type of stuff. And yeah, there's all these really cool links that were put together to Altair and connecting Ezio and them together, and it's all like really cool because you've got Altair wrote the Codex, which in Assassin's Creed 2 Ezio is running around collecting, and then we see Altair entrusting the keys that Ezio is looking for to Niccolo Polo, and they bring them, actually they take them to different places, around Constantinople and hide them. And that's what Ezio is actually going after and collecting. Hippie, is that a real book? Oh wow. It is, yeah. It was so funny too. It was credited as being written by Oliver Bowden. And I didn't actually find out until much later. And I was told this by Levy, that the Oliver Bowden name is actually just a pseudonym that multiple writers, when they do a novel for Assassin's Creed, can actually use when they're writing a book, or when they're hired to write a book. So I thought it was just actually someone really called Oliver Bowden, and it was just one person. But it's multiple people who use that as their pseudonym name for the stories. But yeah, that book you can actually get. I don't know if you can get an audio book version of it. You might be able to. There's also a Where's the Assassin book, and I'm not joking. It's done in the same style as the old Where's Waldo / Where's Wally books, depending on which country you live in, because here in Australia his name is Wally, whereas in America it's Waldo.
Most interesting. But why?
And for those who are thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? So there was his character, and there was a series of books where you would have to find where he was in a crowd of over 100 or more people that were put into the picture. But not only that, they actually gave you what I guess in video game terms would be optional objectives, where you could actually look for specific interactions happening between two characters. So for example, the clue might be someone standing on their head talking to someone with a runny nose. So you'd see someone holding a handkerchief to their nose, and then they'd be standing in front of someone who's standing on their head, for an example. And so you'd have to look for that in the book, you know. Anyway, fast forward to whenever they actually did it, but they actually did a Where's the Assassin book with the same concept. There's a location, and it's filled with people, and you have to actually find where in the picture the assassin is actually hiding. I used to say as a joke, it'd be funny to have a book like that for finding Charles Lee. And then when I actually found out there was a book with a similar concept, not specifically looking for Charles Lee, but broadly looking for an assassin in different locations, I was just like, holy shit. So here we're going to meet Piri Reyes, and he is voiced by a really cool actor, Alex Ivanovich, and he's been doing so many roles in this franchise. And if anyone has played any of the Dark Pictures games, especially Little Hope, he actually plays a couple of characters in that game as well. So I'll just set up his link to his IMDb. And in the Dark Pictures games in Little Hope, I always forget the name of the characters, but the characters that he voices, not his likeness, but the characters that he voices is James and John in Little Hope. So if anyone's played Little Hope before, this actor I'm about to provide a link for is actually the same guy.
Piri Reyes, I think I have seen some of your earliest work.
Reyes? Did Yusuf Tazim send you? That sounds like one of his exaggerations.
See, he said you could show me the location of Nicolo Polo's former trading post.
Ah, you must be that Floranzala he's been yammering on about. Lothario?
Ezio.
I don't hear the difference. Yes, the old polo shop. It's just west of Hagia Sophia. Here.
Grazie. Yusuf also mentioned that you were the man to talk to about specialty bombs.
Ah, That man, he is a talker. A vet. I'm a navigator in the Sultan's navy. Currently on leave to study cartography. But through my soldiering, I've also gained an appreciation for artillery and explosives. And it has served the assassins well. It gives us an edge. I carry many kinds of bombs. For assassins only, of course. Lethal, tactical, diversionary, and a few peculiar casings. Everything you see here is for sale. If you can prove you know how to use it first.
I am eager to learn.
Well, no one is stopping you. Just let me know.
Such a great character. There's some stories that he tells Ezio that it would have been cool to at least see his adventures in a short animated movie. And you get to use and learn different kind of like, you know, bomb types. So there are bomb missions with Piri-Reis, and they are actually tied into getting 100% synchronization across the whole game, because they do have optional objectives as part of them. But I'm not actually going to be doing them for this playthrough though. Hippie, you only recently learned that Walla Walla Bing Bang are real places in Australia. It is so crazy, isn't it? You know, you hear a name of a place and you think, surely that can't be a real place, and then you're like, holy shit, it actually is. So a good thing to do to make a lot of money in this game is, if there's any ingredients for the bombs that you don't necessarily want to use or don't care about, you can actually sell them to Piri-Reis and get some money for that. And I'm not really that fussed in this playthrough on actually using bombs that much, so I'm going to sell all of this stuff. So let's actually take notes. So currently Ezio has 74.57. Let's see how much he gains when I sell everything. So there we go. Ezio had 77,457, and now that we sold all those ingredients, he has 23,362. So I'll well and truly be able to afford the crossbow.
Is he thinking?
Total disrespect for propriety.
Broken his leash.
Any act I've ever seen. Curious display.
You are not allowed up here. Cold-hearted killers. We must work with the stewards towards their demise. Shoot on the brain.
Okay, let's see how much money Ezio has in the bank. Not not much, but we'll still take it out. 2,700. Alright, now that's sorted. Let's go to the blacksmith. Renovate it. Alright. Let's have a look. Crossbow. So in this game, the crossbow is very expensive. It actually costs 18,768 to actually buy. And now we only have 5,458 again. Let's grab that.
God willing, it's not what it seems.
Alright, time to do the next memory.
How did your trip to the doctor go?
Yeah, I'm a boss! Beneath your notice!
Buongiorno, merhaba. Please come in. Oh, excuse the clutter. I have not had time to tidy up since my trip.
You sailed from Rhodes, no?
See, how did you know?
We were on the same ship. I am Ezio Auditore.
Sofia Sartor. Have we met?
We have now. May I have a look around?
Prego. Most of my best tomes are in the back.
Alright, so this is Sophia. And Sophia is played by Anna Tuveri. Ah, cool. So she also reprised the role for Assassin's Creed Embers, the short movie that takes place after this, and was also in Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. Cool. A familiar face. The Polo's former trading post may contain hints as to the location of the Masyaf keys. Investigate the area to reveal any secrets.
It is nice to meet another Italian in this district. Most keep to the Venetian Quarter and Galata.
Altrettanto. I assume the Ottoman war with Venezia would have driven most of you away.
I lived here with my parents when I was a girl. The war pushed us out, but I always knew I would return. Have you found anything interesting? Mio Dio! Who put that there? Incredibile. Where does it lead?
Why don't we find out?
Who are you, Messere?
Only the most interesting man in your life.
Ah, che presuntuoso.
A presto, Sofia. I will return in a moment.
Un momento. And this is...
Tidiste here. Do you know how long we've been searching this filthy cistern?
I've been here a few weeks.
13 months! Ever since the Grand Master found that damn key. But he hasn't got a clue what he's doing. All he knows is they're somewhere in the city.
This is a big city.
Toxero. That's what I said. Back to your post, Ayrtes.
The Yerobatan cistern. The secret door in Sophia's shop has brought Ezio to an underground cistern filled with Templars. Investigate the cistern, but be careful.
Things down here. We'll find the keys soon. Look alive, huh? We pay you to watch the doors, not your feet.
They're like, oh, I thought that's what you paid us for as well. Whoops.
More spry for a year.
Cut him off!
That could be nothing.
That's it! We have him now!
There we go. Now we loot them. The thing about looting enemies this early in this game too is that when you're looting them, if you're just focused on how much money it says you get out of them, but you don't also consider, hey, I'm actually getting ingredients that I could actually sell, so you're actually getting a lot more value out of looting than just seeing the number of money that you get. But sometimes you don't get any recipe, you don't get any ingredients for it, but it all adds up all together. Plus chests in the game world that have recipe ingredients for the bombs will actually respawn as well.
I'm sick of this place. I really am.
8 hours of this filth. A
pistefto.
The Grand Master has his reasons. I wish I knew what they were.
So the character that we heard say that dialogue, because he doesn't, I don't think from memory, play a main character in this game, I still want to give the link to the actor who played that character. So the actor who played that NPC that we just heard, who's a guard, is the awesome Elias Tufexis. And here's all the other characters in the series that he plays. And one of his most famous characters is Adam Jensen. In this game, there's someone who goes, "He has a sharp tailor." He also voices that NPC.
Petros, make sure we have enough torches for the excavation. I'm tired of stumbling around in the dark.
Don't let him get away!
Get down, you...
Hey, Sailcat, welcome back. Your nap was a bit longer than you expected, was it? Oh no. Definitely know what that feels like. Even so, I hope it was a good rest. Hey, Awa. Welcome to you. I hope things are going good. Oh, you do, Rosie? Oh, that's cool. And you still overslept. Oh no. Well, I guess it's good that you didn't sleep until 5.
That tall one.
Hey, well, what do you recommend you to do after finishing the main story? For example, in AC Origins, should you finish all side quests because you fucking love, you hecking love AC Origins? Absolutely, Awa. It's definitely worth doing a lot of the side quests because they are very, very good. Like, I can't even think off the top of my head a side quest in that game that I would say is terrible. But if you're really enjoying the game, it's definitely worth doing those side quests. And if you really like the characters of Bayek and Aya, it's definitely worth also doing the Hidden Ones DLC. And while it's very, very different to that DLC, the Curse of the Pharaohs one is actually pretty good too. Although it does go a bit more towards the mythological side of things, but not to the same extent that Odyssey goes with, or Valhalla though. But yeah, definitely the side quests in Assassin's Creed Origins, top stuff. And the thing about those too is if you come back to the quest giver after you finish the quest, sometimes there's new conversations you can have with them.
There is someone down here with us. Keep your eyes open and your hands steady.
Do it!
Another trader? Doesn't look like one.
I don't want to end like this!
Hey, well, you played the Hidden Ones and Curse of the Pharaohs. Oh, you did? Oh, cool. That's awesome that you did. You think AC Origins was the most selling Ubisoft game out of AC games? Yeah, I think it definitely sold pretty well. And it's funny when that happens, because you think they'd be like, if this sold very well, how about we do another game with Bayek and Aya in it? But they're like, nope. Salcat, has Sean fallen down some stairs again? He hasn't, no. That was so funny. Definitely something that I've never actually seen before, because usually when I play the game at that point, I have the camera behind Desmond as he's walking up to the pedestal, not move the camera around in front of him so you can see behind him. And yeah, that was so funny seeing Sean fall off, but then he climbed back up again. I think Rebecca almost fell off, but regained her footing and then kept on walking. Hey, well, you think sorry, I read that. Whoops. Salcat, not sure, could be Odyssey. Yeah, that actually sold a lot of money too, as well. Rosie, do the groaning dudes die eventually, or is this their fate? Pretty much that's their fate. They'll just lie down there and be groaning in pain as Ezio walks off and enjoys his life. They'll be there going, rolling around. Now before, the game has actually crashed here, so I don't know if it's going to do it in this playthrough, but you never know sometimes. $1,570 just from that chest alone. So it's also good in this game when you do these to actually look around and get the chests looted before you leave. And in conjunction with that, any recipes for the bombs in this game that you don't use, sell it, because you get a lot of money from selling those recipes. Yeah, it would be funny actually. Somehow they are still alive and they're just writhing in pain centuries later.
Salve, Ezio. That took some time. What did you find?
Something that may interest you.
Mio Dio, che meraviglia! And here is my shop.
Look at the margins.
Strange symbols, and these are titles of books. Rare books. A few of these have not been seen for more than a millennium.
Niccolo Polo hid these books around the city. This map should tell us where.
You're beginning to interest me. Vaguely.
From what I can tell, I need to find these 3 books first. They may contain clues to locate the rest of these.
Molto curioso.
Another was found beneath Topkapi Palace, but there is still time to reach the others.
Found by whom?
Men who do not read. Sophia, can you decipher this map? Help me find these books.
Can I borrow them when you are finished?
We will work something out.
So we have the first Masiev key. Like how the Animus allows the user to relive memories of an ancestor, these Masiev keys actually allow Ezio to relive memories of Altair, because using the Apple of Eden, Altair actually worked out how to create these artifacts, and also to transfer memories of his into them.
Yusuf, salute.
Piri told me I might see you here. Did you find what you were looking for?
I believe so. This is one of Altair's 5 keys. A strange artifact.
Ah, it is like nothing I have ever seen. You should keep it somewhere safe.
At our headquarters, see. I will. What brings you this way?
I am coordinating with our allies today. The thieves in the bazaar, the mercenaries near the arsenal, and the Romanis in the Constantine district.
You are spread a bit thin, Yusuf. Let me speak with the Romanis myself. I have had so little contact with them in the past.
That would ease my mind. If you are in a hurry, you may travel by our network of tunnels. The air down there is a little foul, but the rats are no bigger than dogs. Have fun.
Grazie.
The rats are no bigger than dogs. Just like the spiders here in Australia are no bigger than cars.
Is there a race or something? Please God, let me leave. Please God, let me leave. Finally, one confront me. Yamu, I love your killing.
I should go home.
I'm Larned. I'm getting out of here.
May God shelter you in the next.
Salcat, these people always have epic looking tombs. In real life, it would be a simple headstone that says, his name was Bill, he loved his dog. Yes, nothing that was overly extravagant or anything like that. Nothing that had like a series of puzzles to solve to get to, a labyrinth to explore, to actually find your way through. And then at the end you get this really massive giant headstone that has these sort of like really expensive drawn or etched in imagery and all this type of stuff. That guy looks like Stallone from First Blood. He does a bit, yeah, now that you mention it, with the way he has his bandana around his head. That's a good spot.
No one is.
Okay, let's go and see Piri Reyes. So Ezio can sell the bomb ingredients that he's looted. The last time I had Ezio sell his bomb ingredients, we went from about 7,400 or so to 23,000. So it's definitely worth selling them. And hey, you could probably consider it a bit of a challenge playthrough too, in the sense of selling all your bomb ingredients all the time means you can't actually use them in gameplay. But then again, if you don't really use bombs anyway in a playthrough, then it's probably not going to be much of a challenge. It's funny in games when a character reminds you of someone else. In Red Dead Redemption 2, there's a picture of Dutch that you can see, and it's when he's even younger than what he is in Red Dead 2. And I swear, he looks almost the spitting image of Steven Seagal when Steven Seagal was younger. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Holy shit. I wasn't paying attention to the mini-map, and then when I started looking at it, I started to go towards the next memory, and then I'm like, oh shit, that's right. I need to go back this way. Actually, speaking of Rambo, there is yet to be a AAA excellent Rambo game made. And I just don't understand why it's always studios that don't have the experience, or they're studios that you think to yourself, how did they get such a well-known IP to make a game out of? But I feel the concept is very simple, and many games have done it. Splinter Cell has done it. You know, even the reboot Tomb Raider games has done it. Combat mixed with stealth. Because in the Rambo movies, if anyone hasn't seen them, it's not just him running through a field killing everyone. There's also moments where he actually hides in the environment, and then when the enemy comes by, jumps out and grabs them and pulls them in and then kills them. You know, things like that. And that's perfect for a video game, you know. So I just don't know why that hasn't been exploited in any Rambo games that they've made in recent years. Okay, so we're going from 8,710, and once I sell all these ingredients, let's see how much money it brings Ezio's money to. Ezio now has 29,115 from selling all those bomb ingredients. I have Hippie. Yeah, I've seen Taxi Driver before. Definitely an iconic movie. Robert De Niro has even parodied the scene where Travis Bickle is in front of the mirror and, you know, is practicing being, I guess, being a tough guy. Zalcat, you want to play this now, and you actually have this game, but it's the 360 version, and on your 4K TV it looks fine until you reach the city. Then it looks really unsharp, giving you eye strain. Oh no, Zalcat, that sucks. That you can't experience it on that TV. Because it is a really, really good game. You would think too, but maybe it's a bit too niche from their perspective, but if there was a way to change the settings on your 4K TV so that it actually emulated, you know, non-4K in video games and stuff. I mean, maybe there already is, I don't know, but I don't actually have a 4K TV, so I don't actually know. Zalcat, you need the remaster version. It's a shame that it's not available for PC users. I don't know why they did that for. I don't know why they were like, let's just release the Ezio collection for console gamers, but not for PC gamers. Especially given what they ended up doing later with the PC versions, and also the console versions too included in that, but So I don't know why they didn't do it. Because there's a great package. Not only do you get Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood and Revelations remastered in the one, but you also get the live-action Assassin's Creed Lineage movie with Ezio's father Giovanni, and then you get the animated movie, the short movie with Ezio set after this game as well. So you get all that in the one thing. So I don't know why PC gamers weren't able to be given that as something to buy too.
Well, I'll be.
Welcome, man. You just booted up Origins on your Series S, and man, it looks beautiful. So does this game. Oh, that's cool, Welcome, man. I'm glad to hear that it does look really cool. Hippie, you've seen that. You've been thinking about watching. You've been thinking about watching Rocky. Yeah, I mean, the first Rocky movie. It's kind of one of those things where it was lightning in a bottle. And Rocky 2 is decent. It pretty much picks up exactly where the first one leaves off. But I kind of felt it didn't reach the same level as the first, which is fine, because Rocky 2 in its own right is a really good Rocky movie. For me, though, my favourite is actually 3. Because I just love the story in that. And it's one of those movies, too, that the first Rocky and the second Rocky, they're really movies that are more about the characters and drama, as well as the boxing part, of course. But it's one of those movies that even if you don't like boxing, you could have changed Rocky to a like a tennis player. You know, the idea of a character who is trying to basically become the best they can at what they're doing, but they might not have had the chance given to them to prove that they're worthy of doing it at a certain level, you know. And in Rocky's case, it's, you know, it's boxing. But you could make it it could have been a story about, you know, someone else, but the core of Rocky's character is this idea of someone who really has this like drive to succeed. But yeah, such a great movie series. Like any franchise, there are ones that you might come across and think this one isn't as good. But even Rocky 3 actually has some nice dramatic moments too, which kind of get overlooked because people are focusing more on it being more of a quote-unquote action movie. But then you get Rocky 4, and that also has some interesting character moments in it too. But that one is really fast-paced. Welcome, man. You don't have the money to get all of your games on disc, so you definitely will be getting Series X and trading in your S eventually, but for now you'll just play what you can. That's a good way to do it as well. Take advantage of being able to, you know, play games on that system, and then the ones that you can't, once you can actually play them again, that'll actually be good. Hippie, you thought Ezio Trilogy existed for PC? Are you dreaming? The original versions are, but the actual collection itself, though, and remastered, actually isn't. And you get all. I forgot to mention too. You get all the DLC content built into the game itself when you get the Ezio Collection version 2. So you were guaranteed, if you had it, that when Ubisoft shut down all those servers, you were guaranteed that you would still have the content. But unfortunately, when they shut down these servers, people who had not actually installed the content even, but had still paid for it, if you hadn't installed it, you'd lose it, because once the server was shut down, there was no way to access it again.
Not so well, anyway.
Which I thought was a dick move. Cellcat, you can change the settings on the TV to like 720p, but it still shows its age, and then it's not that sharp anymore to begin with. That's understandable too, to not be able to reduce it to something that gives you that full effect of what you're after as well.
Get there! Get back!
Right in the groin. Welcome, man, on digital. Sorry, you just woke up, morning brain. I totally understand that, for sure. I definitely understand morning brain, and it's why I can't do anything complex straight away. I can't make or take phone calls because I'm just not wide enough awake yet to actually fully be able to articulate what I want to say, but also concentration-wise. So definitely know what that feels like. Rosie, who's he fighting in 3? So in 3, he's fighting a boxer who really, really, really wants to be the best, and Rocky's basically standing in his way. There's definitely more than that to it, but that's the villain in that, and very formidable against Rocky. He's the type of boxer that is very powerful as well. If you haven't watched any Rocky, which one should you watch, Rod? You need a lot of gym motivation. So definitely watch the first one. If you really like the first one, definitely watch the second, because in a way it's almost like one big movie, except it was, you know, obviously done as a sequel that was separate, not within the same thing. It's not like the first movie was the original idea split in two or anything like that, but the second movie is definitely something you should watch if you like the first. And then 3. After that though, 4 is very action and very 80s cheesy in a lot of ways as well. And then 5 is they try to go back to the drama aspect of the first movie, but it's probably one of the weakest entries. And then you have Rocky Balboa, which is actually the 6th one, and he's a lot older in that movie. And then you've got Creed, which is a spin-off, and Rocky's in it, but it focuses on a different person as the main character. And then they've done Creed 2, and then there's Creed 3 coming out eventually as well. So there's quite a few movies in the series overall. In terms of like Rocky-focused movies where he's the main character, there's 6. That's right, Walker Man, yeah. Played by Mr. T. Cellcat, the first Stallone movies of his are always the best, but the same with Rambo. After that, the movies become parodies of the first one that had a more serious undertone. Yeah, you know, and they try to go back to the first movie with the 4th one, which is really, really ultra violent. No, scratch that. The 4th movie is very violent. The 5th movie is ultra violent. Like, some of the stuff that Rambo does in that to his enemies is very satisfying, of course, given what actually happens in the story, but very, very, very brutal. Like, absolutely brutal. It's kind of what you would expect to see in a movie like Friday the 13th or something like that. Hippie, which one is the Rocky movie where his trainer says, "There is no tomorrow"? That's the 3rd one. Walker Man 3 is about Rocky being on top, losing his edge, that got him where he is, and he had to reinvent himself to get the title back. Exactly, Walker Man, and it's such a great sort of story to have a character get so low that they start to doubt themselves and lose confidence. And it's also a good example of how people around you can be a great support and actually motivate you. And when you're really feeling like you're hopeless, they can sort of like really help. AC3 Remastered, Rogue Origin Syndicate, Odyssey and Valhalla are the AC games that you have on digital. Oh, that's good that you got those on digital. I still have some of my physical copies of the Xbox 360 games and that, but I got to a point where I went straight to digital with that too. Hey, well, you want to see Hagia Sophia from inside in-game? Yeah, it's a great location. So okay, start with Rocky 5, Tommy Gunn. Oh yeah, that's the best movie in the franchise, not? Hey there, Striker. I hope things are going well. Creed features the son of Apollo Creed, played by Michael B. Jordan. He's a really good actor. I actually first saw him in Chronicles, that movie where those friends find an alien, I think it's an alien spaceship, or something that's crashed, and they actually get superpowers from it. If you watch the third one without watching the first and second one, will you get it? I guess in a way it does work, because it does recap what happened in the previous movie at the start, so you might be right actually.
I have seen happier men at the gallows.
Crack wise elsewhere, Effendim. Today the Byzantines stole half a year's worth of coin from us.
Mi dispiace. Can I help?
Perhaps. For centuries, my people have been slandered and insulted, labeled witches and warlocks. Well, so be it. We will not run from these lies anymore, but embrace them. Encourage these rumors, for it is better to be infamous than ignored.
I like the sound of that.
Here is my plan. Every man who touched that chest of coins must die, but discreetly, as if cursed by a pagan hex. The Romani curse becomes our blessing. Perhaps then people will leave us be.
So there's a couple of things. When Ezio says, "I've seen happier men at the gallows," it always makes me think of Gimli in Lord of the Rings The Two Towers when he says, "I've seen more cheer in a graveyard." Another point, this mission where we have to basically make these guards think that the chest is cursed. In Assassin's Creed Liberation, there's actually a mission where you have to convince the soldiers that there's a curse in the area by basically poisoning one of them as they come across these sort of like artifacts that have been put up and have made them scared. You know, that always reminds me of that when I replay this game. Curse of the Romani. A group of Byzantine Templars have stolen a chest of Romani gold. Poison all those who dare touch the chest to create the illusion that it is cursed. Striker, you can do that as 2 is a direct sequel to 1, but 3 is just the continuing story of Rocky facing new challenges. Exactly, Striker, yeah. And it really forms a good trilogy, I feel. You know? Oh, that reminds me. There is a really, really funny video that was done where they pretend that the events in Rocky 4 actually happened in real life. And apparently they got real, actual people in the boxing scene to actually be involved in the interview. Like in interviews that were done for it. So it's a mockumentary, basically. Now that I think of it, I'll actually find it. Here we go. So it's a If Rocky 4 Happened for Real, a 30 for 30 parody. By College Humor, that's the channel. I'll put a link to that in chat. It's really, really funny. There we go.
I offer you a clean death! Which way did he go? Way to get about. That one looked familiar.
Archer! Where? Out of my way!
Yes, I like... Money!
I'm here! Very important! Coins! Praise be to God!
Oh yeah, Walker Man, that's totally fine. Thank you so much for being here. Going to finish chapter 3 if you can, then going to make more progress on Valhalla as well. You'll be lurking though. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Really, really appreciate that. And I hope that it goes well with Jedi Fallen Order. I jokingly like to call it Jedi Fallen Over. Such a great game though. I'm looking forward to the sequel, Survivor.
You know, I love
Another corpse in our street.
Maybe we'll get some more quirky Englishmen today, yes? They're so fun, don't
Dear, lead the way.
Sit tight. I cannot believe how heavy this is. You want me to carry it?
What in heaven's name is going on?
What is happening? Is he in? Leave him! You cannot stay!
Are you joking? I've never seen anyone do that before.
Hold.
What has taken
What the hell is going on here? Is it the Romani curse? God help us. This is a bad idea.
What has taken you
Before. The nuts were right.
Stay here.
What demon torments you?
God preserve me! I was a fool!
Haha, the old tricks are always the best. Do be careful, Ezio. I hear that chest is cursed.
Where to, Belladonna?
This way. And stay alert. Have you heard the term gypsy?
Quite often, see.
Did you know that this word was born from the misapprehension that my people are from Egypt?
You find it offensive?
I find it funny. My people are from Eastern Persia and beyond. Yet, somehow we have become citizens of a land we have never seen.
People are quick to judge and slow to correct themselves.
People are stupid.
Sometimes.
Ezio, The simplest answer is always the best.
I always imagine Benny in the Mummy remake from 1999 going, "It's the curse! Beware of the curse!" as he runs off. Look what I got. But I also just thought of that from the Mummy remake from '99 as well, when the Mummy Imhotep is he's scared of cats, and Rick O'Connell, the main character played by Brendan Fraser, actually has a cat, and he's like, "Look what I got!" And then he shows the cat to Imhotep, and Imhotep's like, "Oh!" and then spins around and then leaves the room. But there does come a point though where he's not scared of cats anymore because he gets his power back. But at that stage, he's not powerful enough to withstand the screech of a cat. Or the hiss, I should say.
You should count it. Make sure everything is there.
Oh, you have our thanks, Ezio. And you can count on us from here on out. For anything, at any time.
Good to know. If I need, say, to borrow some money, I will ask you.
Okay, so there is actually a series of thief missions that you can do, but I won't be doing them for this playthrough though. Alright, so now that we've done that, it's time to go and experience our first Altair memory in Assassin's Creed Revelations. So I was saying before that the Masyaf keys that Ezio is looking for act the same way that the Animus does for someone in present day, where accessing the Animus allows them to actually experience the memories of someone long dead. When Altair has the apple, all those years of studying it, one of the things that he manages to work out how to do is actually transfer memories from his own mind into these special objects that Ezio is collecting, and that allows Ezio to actually experience the memories of Altair. And the thing about that technology is that it's not something that didn't exist until Altair did the process, but over 70,000 years before, the Isu, who created humanity, had that kind of tech anyway. So, because they existed in the long distance past, at a time when they were highly technologically advanced, it means that when it gets to Altair's time period, that kind of technology isn't necessarily new, but only new to him and anyone else who would observe it in that time period. I think it's a kind of clever conceit as well, because it creates this sort of like cool way to unite two characters across time without making it a time travel story, because in Assassin's Creed there's no time travel. Some people confuse the past parts of the stories as being Desmond's going back in time to them, but he's not. Desmond is still staying in present day. He's just experiencing memories. And think of the memories of Desmond's ancestors as hidden files in a system. So anything that happens to Desmond while he's in the Animus, he's just basically observing what's going on, but in a very extreme sense. You know, it goes beyond virtual reality, really, where Desmond can actually feel the emotion, like literally feel it. So when Desmond is in the Animus, if Ezio is in pain, Desmond won't feel pain, but he will actually feel a sensation in his body to represent the fact that Ezio in that memory is experiencing pain. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, in Assassin's Creed 2, sorry, when Ezio actually becomes an assassin officially, when they brand his ring finger with a hot iron, Desmond actually grabs his ring finger in the same spot. So he feels the sensation that Ezio felt, except Ezio feels the pain of the actual heat, whereas Desmond doesn't actually feel pain at all. But not only that, the person can actually feel the emotion. So if Ezio is angry, Desmond can feel that anger. There is actually a laptop in Assassin's Creed 1 that you can't access until the end of the game, but on it there is mention of the Philadelphia experiment, and there is mention that there was an artifact that managed to go forward, I think, in time, but not that far. And the Templars decided that it was something not to worry about as a viable sort of like project. So there has been a hint in Assassin's Creed 1 that there is an artifact that does manipulate time to the extent where it moves through time. I can't remember if it's forward or backwards or how long. So based on that, it's not like someone could travel back in time with a time machine using that artifact.
Have adherents wandering the streets, killing innocents. These assassins.
Because all this stuff is simulated by a machine like the Animus, there is a level of disconnect between what's actually happening to the character in the past that is kind of hard to explain sometimes, because we're playing a video game with Assassin's Creed, so they obviously have to put in things that are gameplay that might in the story actually also be tied to something else, you know. And whenever they've tried to adapt that kind of thing into a movie, for example, which they did do, there's just something about how the Animus operates which they didn't try to actually put it into the movie. They basically changed the machine's design completely and its function as well. When Desmond's experiencing memories in the Animus, when Ezio runs and climbs up a building, Desmond isn't running and climbing up a building at the same time. But in the movie, the Animus is a giant arm, and there's a needle that sticks into your back, or the back of your neck, and connects you to the device. And then when you're experiencing the memories of the person, if they are running around and jumping, then you yourself will be running around and jumping in real time at the same time. And to prevent you from running out of the building, the arm controls and restricts where you can actually move within the space. And that was the movie's version of trying to explain, you know, how the Animus actually works. And I guess the best way to explain it is when you sit down to watch a movie, you're not literally being transported into the movie, you're just observing what's happening in the movie. And it's kind of like that for Desmond. When these memories are being experienced, he's experiencing them like someone who's watching something on television. Except, as I said, it's more than virtual reality, because in virtual reality as we know it, and what current technology has it at, is we can't literally feel the emotion that the character's feeling. We may be able to feel angry based on what the character's experiencing. Like, if we see a character that we really like get killed, and we're angry, that's because we're feeling angry about what we saw. But if the character was feeling sick, in virtual reality, you wouldn't be feeling sick, you know, unless you had motion sickness and you're playing a VR game. But the thing about VR is that we're not experiencing, you know, that character's existence in the same way that a character in Assassin's Creed does when using the Animus. So that kind of thing in a video game is easy to mix because we know that we're controlling a character. But underneath that layer, you've got a character in present day who is just basically experiencing these things. But yeah, in the movie they're like, let's make it a giant arm thing that moves them around. And their reasoning for that was because they felt that seeing a character in present day just lie in a chair wouldn't be very film-like and exciting. But my counter argument to that is, why do you need to keep showing the character outside of the Animus constantly while the memory's playing? Because that's what they do in the movie. Once or twice I could understand, because you want people who know nothing about the series to actually comprehend what's going on. So I can understand showing the character in present day experiencing those memories and cutting back and forth to them experiencing it. But if you wanted to have the Animus traditionally in the movie, what you wouldn't do is, after the first time, for those who don't know how it works, you wouldn't keep jumping back and forth to Desmond sitting in the thing. Like, imagine right now Ezio's fighting this dude and then all of a sudden it cuts to Desmond in present day and then cuts back to this. Like, it's pointless. Oh, what's wrong? Aren't feeling too well. Do you need to lie down? You need somewhere to crash. Oh, so you want to show off your new dance moves. Okay. Very impressive. Give your performance 10 out of 10. There we go. Here. That spot doesn't look very comfortable. Here's a more comfortable spot for you. There you go. Okay, so my sword got changed. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, that's good. Just the knife that Ezio's carrying got changed, which is completely fine by me. Hey there, Maxi. Sorry it took me so long to get to your message. I was just basically on stream of consciousness talking about Assassin's Creed stuff. How's things going, Maxi? I hope you're doing well. And as for me, things are going great. I finished Brotherhood. And I'm doing what I guess you could call just a very vanilla playthrough of that and this as well, where I'm not really doing a whole lot of extra stuff. Hippie, how are they using bombs? You thought Piri said he only sells them to an assassin. Ah, so Hippie, I haven't actually shown it, but there's actually black market dealers in this game who actually sell bomb ingredients too. So story-wise, or I guess continuity-wise or canon-wise, whatever you want to put it, they'd probably be going to them to actually get those ingredients. Maxi, no worries, dude. It's all good, thanks. The week was a bit crazy and stressful, but weekend is looking good. Well, I'm glad, especially if you've had like a really, really stressful week. You would feel so good getting to the weekend finally. I hope that you can get some really good recuperation time, you know, from that stressful week. Yeah, it's been going wonderfully. When I started my Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough to be my first Assassin's Creed game for this year, I decided that, you know what, I may as well play Brotherhood and Revelations one after the other. And so here we are with Revelations now, and the plan after this playthrough is to do a Chronicles Trilogy run, and then after that, annual Assassin's Creed 2023 with AC1, no HUD, collecting all the flags. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a time-consuming one, but I don't mind because it was worth it. Because I actually had that community challenge, which was the first one I've ever done on the channel, to get to a points goal where I would do that playthrough with getting all the flags. And the last time I did it was a few years ago. So it means that it won't be as pardon me, it won't be as boring, I guess, in a way, because it is a bit boring too, having to collect all the flags, but because I don't do it every year when I play the game, it means it's going to feel fresh for me.
The markings on this key are familiar, and the material, I have seen its kind before. Just like the Apple of Eden, ancient technology from the first civilization.
Are you hurt?
Broken foot. What is your name, brother?
Altair, son of Umar.
Umar? Oh yes. He was a fine man who lived as he died. With honor.
Altair! We have been betrayed. The enemy has overrun the castle.
You live. And Al-Mualim, where is he?
He was inside when the Crusaders broke through. But we can do nothing for him now. Altair, we must fall back.
When I close the castle gate, flank the Crusaders in the village and drive them into the canyon.
You don't stand a chance!
Abbas, no mistakes.
The Mentor's Keeper. Masyaf is under attack by Crusader Templars. Fight your way up to the fortress and save Al-Mualim.
You are
Leave me alone! I swear, I have enough time!
I'm with you, Adelphi.
Right here. We'll get the Katarma. Which way?
Another step, and your mentor dies.
You will not leave this place alive, traitor.
No, you misunderstand. I am no traitor. For I cannot betray those I never truly loved.
Then you are doubly wretched, for you have been living a lie.
Now you call on your lapdog to protect you? You disappoint me. Why not share what you have learned with everyone, like a proper assassin? Why not share with your brothers the true extent of your ambition? Where is your sense of fraternity? Another good man dies and still you say nothing. I am surprised. You taught me many things, Al-Mualim, but patience was not one of them. Speak now, or I will cut out your tongue that you may speak no more!
You put too much faith in the hearts of men, Altair. The Templars know the truth. Humans are weak, base, and petty.
No. Our creed is evidence to the contrary.
Perhaps I am not wise enough to understand, but I suspect the opposite. That I am too wise to believe such rubbish.
You offered him a chance to salvage his dignity. Why?
No man should pass from this world without knowing some kindness.
But he shunned your graces.
As was his right.
Altair, I have watched you grow from a boy to a man in so short a time. It fills me with as much sadness as pride. You fit your father's shoes as if they had been tailored to your feet.
I did not know him well as a father. He was an assassin, above all.
You too were born into this order. Do you regret it?
How can I regret the only life I've ever known?
You may find a way in time, and it will be up to you to choose the path you prefer. Come, my boy, and ready your blade. This battle is not yet won.
So they contain recorded memories, these keys. These ancient seals. But what is Altair trying to tell us, I wonder? What does he want the future to know? Or to learn?
There we go, one of the first Altair memories that we experience. That one takes place before the events of Assassin's Creed 1. Sorry chat, I'll catch up on chat now. Salcat, you're back. Got yourself a whetstone for sharpening knives, just for cutting veggies or doing some assassin work. Who knows, right? Welcome back, Salcat. And that's a fair point too, you know. Or maybe if someone tries to break in, you're just like, oi, turn back around now and go. Unless they have a gun, in which case it might be a different story, but... Maxi, you bet if they remastered AC1 there will be a trophy of collect all flags and you thought AC2 was bad. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, it'd be funny if there was like a joke where when you get to the second last flag, it says something like, when you collect the next flag, all you will get is just an achievement. But when you actually collect that final flag, you will get the achievement, but you'll also get something really cool as an extra special thing. I think that'd be an interesting way to do it. Hippie, would you like to have a beard like Ezio? I don't know really, to be honest. Not that there's anything wrong with beards, but I mean, yeah. Never really thought about that. Salcat Assassins fighting Templars. Absolutely. Hopefully we see more of that in future games. Maxi, you were thinking of travelling next year and do like an AC travel where you go to a country set in an AC game and to places in order the story. Then you googled where Mass Effect is and you were like, ah, never mind. But maybe you could do it for AC2 and Brotherhood and Revelations. That's actually understandable too, you know. But that's a good idea. Very interesting to do something like that too. But yeah, definitely something like that for AC2, Brotherhood and Revelations. Where am I at in the main sequences? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 3. Alright, so we're still in the third one. So this one's almost done. Oh, when Altair says to Al-Mualim, I did not know him well as a father, he was an assassin above all. Altair's father was probably one of those who felt that Altair needed to focus on what was ahead of him as an assassin, you know, and not get bogged down in, you know, treating him like a son or expecting him to treat him like a father, you know what I mean? And that it was all more about the assassin way of things and that kind of stuff. In Assassin's Creed 2, you find a codex page that actually has Altair talking about how he wanted to change things so that things like showing affection to your children, if you're an assassin, which Altair felt was the direction to take things in, because his own father didn't really show him anything like that, because he was more focusing on, I need to have my son be, you know, this assassin, so I can't show him any affection or anything like that. But Altair, when he's writing that codex, he believes that things should be different. You know, and that's one of the things that he wanted the assassins to take on board, is this idea that if an assassin has a child, don't treat the child as if they're not your child, in the sense of, you know, showing affection to them and that kind of stuff. It's okay to do that. And at the same time, you can still instill in them the creed and all that type of stuff, you know. And there's other characters in the series that kind of struggle with that idea of being an assassin, but also being in a relationship with someone or whatnot. In Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Evie and Jacob's father and mother were actually assassins, but unfortunately their mother died, and that really sent their father on a downward spiral. And part of what he would say to Evie essentially is, do not get attached to anyone emotionally, because you're only going to end up losing them, you know. So that was something that Evie kind of had at the back of her mind, being an assassin, was like, okay, I can't let my emotions towards someone jeopardize what I'm doing as an assassin. And so with Henry Green, who she's attracted to instantly, and the attraction is mutual, she kind of pushes it away because she's like, no, I can't indulge in that because I'm an assassin. But then later in the game, there's this really cool conversation with Evie and the Maharaja, Duleep Singh, where he basically says that, you know, someone who's feeling a lot of pain over the loss of someone will say, you know, things that they don't necessarily mean. And so that makes Evie think, you know, maybe when my father was telling me not to get emotionally attached, maybe he, on some level, still believed that you should, but he was so, you know, so overcome with the grief that he felt that it was best, you know, not to. So it's something that's not just, you know, in this game. Well, it's not. It's one of those things where it's not a focus in the game, but Altair saying that I did not know him well as a father is him saying he wasn't really a father to me. He was more like a mentor in a way, training him to be an assassin. And there was no sort of like time for him to, you know, play like maybe there was no moment where Altair's father was like, hey, you know, let's actually take a break from learning about the creed and how about we go fishing or something, you know what I mean? So there was nothing like that you could assume happened with Altair growing up. And that just makes me think of that codex page that Altair writes in Assassin's Creed 2. We don't see him write it in Assassin's Creed 2, but he has written the codex, and that's one of the things he writes about, is not showing, you know, emotion to your children as an assassin is not the way to go about things, that you should be able to do that while at the same time still treating them the way that they need to be treated in training them into the creed, you know, with the creed and all that. Hey Ronnie, welcome to you, dude. I hope things are going good. We just experienced our first Altair memory. The Sentinel, Part 2. One of your assassins has learned more information about the man known as the Sentinel. Time to take care of this traitor.
Any news of the traitor Valley? Have you found him?
He found us, Mentor. 2 of our brothers were kidnapped from this den earlier today. Now Vali is demanding that we hand over our property to the Templars.
No. We do not negotiate with men who use hostages as leverage. We hunt them down, and we eliminate them.
Then we should split up and search Galata now. We have little time to waste.
This has been quite busy, guys. Wait a minute.
Oh, Ratara! You inspire all by your actions.
I cannot do that. Not.
He will end up dead or in a dungeon.
Madness lurks everywhere, I suppose.
I am not the boss! Please, ignore me!
secret master. I am not evil. Come on, Bear. Why me? Always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Carlson, time to leave. Please, God, let me leave. Please, God, let me leave. Come on, God. Why me? Always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Please, God, let me leave. Please, God, let me leave.
Never find peace, heretic.
Please, God, let me leave. Please, God, let me leave.
Leave the dead be.
No respect for the...
Come on, Bear. Why me?
Yes, Elcat. The merchant did not like all this fighting in front of his store.
What a stench. I must leave.
He's like, great, now there's going to be a stench of death in front of my store. And customers aren't going to want to come in, which means I'm not going to make the same amount of money I could have made.
We are with you, friend.
I am not involved! Please, ignore me!
I am not involved. Please, ignore me. I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I've lived here all my life, but I'm just visiting. I don't know what's going on. There's actually an NPC, I think, in this game who pretends that you are their uncle and is almost using that as a way to, I guess, try to calm you down, because they might think that you're going to try and kill them as well. He's like, uncle, is that you? It's okay, it's funny how in all games armor is just for show. You can't run your blade straight through that shoulder's chest like that. Yeah, it's just like a fashion statement by the guards. It doesn't actually do any protection in this game's context.
Was it Vali who did this to you?
Mentor, forget me. You have fallen for a ruse. He captured me to draw assassins away from our headquarters. He will be on his way there now.
Well, I'll be.
You are a canny soldier, Ezio. But you alone are not enough to save this city.
I will follow from the rooftops.
You have not. You will not get away.
Once your creed was as vital to me as air and water. But when the Turks marched into Wallachia, and you assassins did nothing to stop it, how could I continue to believe? If a man's philosophy does not let him protect his people, his home, and his family, what good can it do for the world?
Peace be with you.
Claudia, I am now in possession of one of the Masyav keys. And better still, I've discovered a map, encoded with signs and symbols, which I believe will lead me to the remaining keys. Its full meaning is a mystery to me, but I am thankful to have met a Venetian woman willing to help me decipher it. I must not overstate my successes. The Templars still hold one key hostage, and if I am to recover it, I may need more help than the assassins can provide. If I can make a friend in the Ottoman court, my access to the secrets of this city will improve greatly.
Cool, so we have some more items available at the blacksmith. But first, let us go to Piri-Reis and sell some more bomb ingredients for Ezio. The last time I did so, Ezio had around 7,400 or so before selling to Piri-Reis all those ingredients, and then ended up with like 20-something thousand. So now that we have 31,685, let's see how much we can increase it from that when we sell whatever Ezio has actually gotten since then. Because in this playthrough I'm not worried about using bombs in gameplay, so every single ingredient and every single thing that goes towards crafting bombs in this, I'm actually just selling it to Piri-Reis. But I think I'm going to get to the point at some point in this playthrough where I will actually probably start just saving the ingredients, because there won't be any need to have Ezio with a lot of money. The only reason I want to do it is because I'm not going to be doing anything to get any, special armor. If you do half of the Master Assassin missions, you actually get this really cool Master Assassin armor. But because I'm not doing that for this playthrough, I just want to get Ezio's armor up a bit with other stuff. Salcat, you like Ezio's uniform a lot in this one, and the city. I do as well. It's so good, and it's also great to give a really different look. And having a different setting other than Italy, like in the first two Ezio games, was actually a good idea as well. Spectre797, thank you so much for the follow. So Ezio has 31,685. Selling all this stuff. Let's see what we can get that to. Not a real big jump, in that regard because I didn't have as much stuff, but Ezio now has 36,995. Yeah, Spectre, so I'm playing through the Ezio games at the moment. I finished 2 and Brotherhood, and I'm doing this, and then later in the year, actually, not later in the year, because that implies like August, October or whatnot, but I'm doing an annual series run early this year, so I'll be starting that in around the start of February. So I'll get back to this game again and do more in the playthrough, but yeah, this is a playthrough from start to finish of the main story, and doing the tombs as well, but nothing extra on top of that. And after I finish this playthrough, I'll be doing a playthrough of the Chronicles trilogy back to back as well. And then after that's done, I'll be starting my annual series with Assassin's Creed 1, collecting all the flags, all 420 of them, and playing without the HUD as well. That looks very painful. Wait. Come on, Ezio. There we go. I forgot, in this game they changed it so that the Y button is what you press to shoot. In Brotherhood, when you have your sword equipped, holding the X button actually makes Ezio shoot. Yeah, Hippie, yeah, so you can actually throw coins in this one as like just a throw money thing. Salcat, the city feels more alive than some other games. Yeah, there's just such a great atmosphere in this one, especially at night, and I love the music that plays, the idle music, or not the idle music, sorry, the ambient music that can play as well. Spectre, you've been doing a Syndicate playthrough recently, you've been thinking of doing Ezio Trilogy for the memories. Oh, excellent. Is that your first time doing Syndicate, or is this a replay for you of Syndicate? But that's cool that you want to go back and replay the Ezio Trilogy. So, okay, you can't wait for me to play Odyssey and fight the Minotaur and, of course, the infamous boar. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing a really in-depth playthrough with that, but I do need to do more playthroughs of it to actually get some more footage from it. So what I'll likely do is, it's going to be very strange for people when I do it, but my annual series playthrough of Odyssey may be very different than what people might expect, because I'm doing something for the overall video project that I've been working on. And by working on, at this stage I mean formulating. Haven't actually done any editing for it yet, but I want to take all the gameplay footage that I have of no HUD, but also play through the game with only the dialogue audio, so that I can actually get a playthrough where you only hear the dialogue, so I can then take that dialogue and overlay it with the other footage I've got if I need to, because there's certain things I want to do with that game's story in editing. That's what I want to have a look at, the tailor. Spectre, first time Syndicate. You stopped AC after Black Flag, but got Odyssey and Origins a while back, and that made you want to play them again. Well, that's good that it got you in the mood to go back and play them, because you never know. And the other thing is too, like, it's definitely understandable, because there's definitely so many games where fans were like, nah, don't want to bother with any games after this. And there are some games that, you know, could potentially, for those people, actually be better than they might expect. But you just never know. Ronnie, you have to go, friends. I'll see you later. No worries at all, Ronnie. Absolutely. Thank you so much for stopping in. Are you going to be streaming, are you? You're going to be doing some Spider-Man Remastered, or... Dalcat, you were saying 100% completion run of Odyssey. Oh no, never. Not doing 100% completion of that game. Never again. Already done that with that game. But I probably will be doing the Fate of Atlantis stuff this time. Yeah, but you know how you said there's NPCs saying they're your uncle when they see you murder around? Hey Rod, Uncle Arnie here. Remember me? You were 5 when I came home for family gathering. Anyway, if you're an assassin now, don't murder me. Or, if you want a lottery, can I have some? I think it'd be the other way around. I'd be asking him that. Ronnie, you will be swinging around New York City. Well, you'll be getting a visit very soon. So, thank you so much for being here, Ronnie. Really do appreciate it. And I'll see you shortly in your Spider-Man stream. Parachutes. Let's get all the parachutes. Alright, so now we have pouches. Alright. So let us get the medium medicine pouch, medium quiver, and the medium parachute bag. I'm not really that concerned about these other upgrades. I very rarely use knives, but maybe in the future I should actually use them more in this game. Considering my Brotherhood stream earlier took about 5 hours or so, didn't actually made that bad progress in this playthrough of Revelations for this first stream of it, in this playthrough. So we have a look at where I'm up to in the sequences. We're up to sequence 4, and there's 9 in total. So I may finish it tomorrow, actually, when it's my Sunday. Let's go to the doctor here and renovate that.
That cannot be the problem.
Absolutely. Oh, great. You move like a cat.
Hippie, you think the best city design was AC2? Firenze and Venezia feel on a different level. They really do. And there's just so much to Venezia as well.
I'm sure of it.
Alright, now we can carry 15 medicines. And we'll get the fast-acting poison upgrade.
Another mercenary. I'll be dressed.
Yamu, I'm not worth killing. Fortune smile upon you always, friend. I don't know what's going on. Assassin! Get out of here!
A better bargain on such rarities there cannot be.
Wicked thief! Leave that poor soul alone!
You deserve to join your victim in death, foul creature! You deserve to join your
A
victim
better bargain on such rarities there cannot be.
Stop that! The dead must be left in peace.
Let's just say I deal in clandestine.
Eternity in hell will be your ultimate reward, heretic! Harrelson! Time to leave!
Ezio's had enough of this shit. He's just like, yeah, you go there. You go there. Okay, so this is actually where I'm going to call it a stream for today. Even though for me, it's actually Sunday now, because it's 2:09 AM on Sunday morning. But I wanted to do a long stream of this. So I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. And the next stream of this will be much later today for me. Probably in another 12 hours time, I'd say, give or take. But this will be the next game that I'll stream again. So if you see me streaming this, then you know it's later on Sunday for me. And on Monday, I'll be jumping back into Mass Effect. I started a playthrough of that last Wednesday. And moving forward, that's going to be my game on Monday, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Thursdays is Red Dead Redemption 2. Fridays is Rise of the Tomb Raider, doing a challenge playthrough on the difficulty called Survivor, which is the second difficulty from the highest one in the game. The second one below it. Or one below it, I should say. So that's the current schedule at the moment. I hope that everyone has a great one. We're going to go and raid Dr. Ronnie, who was in here not that long ago. He's playing through Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered. See you later, Harbinger. Thank you so much for being here. Want to give some shout-outs. So I want to highly recommend people check out Zamaxi and Crocodiles. Zamaxi is doing some Assassin's Creed Unity. He's playing through the other games in the series as well. That's the one that he's currently up to. He's also a big fan of JRPGs. He's also doing a playthrough of Yakuza Like a Dragon as well. He's also a fan of games like Deus Ex, as well as the Tales of series. He's got some really funny channel point rewards, both visual ones and also audio. He's very savvy with coming up with really interesting commands to post in chat and things like that too, with hilarious results on stream. There's actually one where Cartman destroys the television, which has Maxi's stream on it, just as an example. So I highly recommend checking out Maxi's channel. Same with Crocodiles. He's a massive fan of Assassin's Creed, doing an annual series playthrough now. He's playing through the original Assassin's Creed from 2007. He's doing a challenge playthrough with that, which is related to stealth. And he's also playing through games like Pokemon Black and White. He's also a fan of games like Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, Forza Horizon. He plays those as well. Sometimes he does playthroughs of, or streams rather, of FIFA Street, games like that. And he also has some very funny channel points rewards as well, both visual and audio. He's got a few that are related to Bully Maguire, as well as Assassin's Creed related ones also. So yeah, definitely recommend checking out Maxi and Crocodiles if you haven't before. And that's absolutely no worries at all for the shout out, Maxi. More than happy to give you one, buddy. Yeah, Maxi's like, God damn it, Carbon, you broke it. It's like, what are you doing, Carbon? Why do you do these things for? What is your malfunction? So I want to actually post in chat some raid emotes and a raid message. So here's a raid message for people who would like to use it. There's also some free follower emotes that can be used too, of course. I've got some Assassin's Creed free follower emotes, like Altair, as well as Ezio from Revelations, Ezio from Brotherhood, Ezio from Revelations, and I've got one from Control, which is redacted. Plus, feel free to add any of your own. They actually can now, Maxi. As far as I know, they actually changed it so you can actually use them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they did, which makes it a hell of a lot of a better function because, you know, why wouldn't you want to actually also go into other people's streams and, you know, use free follower emotes, you know? It's the same thing like with sub emotes, you know, obviously people who subscribe to a channel will go into another channel and use the sub emotes from the other channel, so I don't know why they didn't instantly make it the same for free follower emotes. It's just ridiculous when you think about it. Whoops. Wrong Dr. Ronnie. Cancel that raid. Whoops. I forgot to put the C at the end. There we go, that's better. That's who I actually wanted to raid. Maxi, man, you're away from Twitch for a little bit and they add that. Exactly, it's like, what the hell? But yeah, it's so good that they changed it so you can use it in other channels. It's just ridiculous not to have that option otherwise. I absolutely will, Maxi. I hope that you have a good one too. Oh, something else too I forgot to actually put in is I export my streams now to my YouTube channel, so just want to put a link in chat for that. Whenever there's a VOD on Twitch that disappears automatically after a few days or a week or so, if you go to that YouTube channel, you should be able to find it there. And I keep the same title in terms of, like, you know, part 1, part 2, part 3. I might actually take out of the titles like exclamation whatever for some things, but that's where you can find my past broadcasts once they go away from Twitch. But thanks everyone for watching, and catch you next time.